Tommy, machst du den englischen Teil oder den deutschen? Beim Willkommen.
Ich bin der gut ausschaut.
Ja, momentan ist es der Föß, der gut ausschaut.
Ja,
Das bin immer ich, der gut ausschaut.
Kannst du kurz rüberkommen, bitte? Ich brauche ganz kurz dich drüben, da kommen wir nachher her.
Ja.
Bei Track 2 haben wir noch Zeit, bis der Bums laufen ist.
Warte mal, mit dem Bild, das geht so nicht.
Wo sieht man ein Bild? Das Ganze ist sicher nicht ein Bild, soll irgendwie sein. So, wir müssen jetzt rüber gehen, gell?
Was ist das für ein Bild, das da eingeblendet ist?
Das ist ein Laptop.
Ah, jetzt sagst du. Wieso? Ist jetzt wieder weg?
Weil da so ganz so das so geht.
Na, wieso ist das Bild jetzt wieder weg?
Das Bild ist jetzt auch.
Da, das ist weg. Weil sie der Adresse hat wahrscheinlich. Kann das sein? Ja.
Das heißt jetzt, der Strip.
Der macht gar nichts. Der ist drin.
Der Strip die Zeug und der steckt dann oben.
Ton haben wir aber noch keinen, oder?
Doch, komischerweise ja.
Okay.
Ich weiß ehrlich gesagt nicht genau, wo der Ton herkommt. Aber das kriege ich jetzt noch raus.
Den sollten wir vom Ton an.
Ja, mach mal.
Hallo, Test, 1, 2, 3.
Moment. Ich muss das andere. rausziehe, dann kommt da was von der Kamera. Aber
Eins, zwei. Hallo? Test. Ja, das ist es. So? Ja. Ja, jetzt geht's. So, ich gehe raus. Sollte immer noch ich sein. 1, 2, Test, 1, 2. Funktioniert's? Schaut gut aus. Ich gehe noch raus. Ich gehe noch viel weiter raus. Ich bin weg. Ich gehe Richtung Track 3. Track 3 ist auch hier. Bauen auch schon auf. Und wieder zurück. So. Passt jetzt? Ja, ich glaube, es passt. Schaut gut aus. Okay.
Nehmen wir die jetzt, oder was? Nehmen wir die.
Nein, die.
Okay.
Das muss ich nur noch rauskriegen, wie ich bei der Kamera. Geht's drüben, ist noch Pause im Moment, oder?
Nein, die Tür ist zu. Also,
Das heißt, die sind da am Mann.
die tun. Ja.
Wie sind wir nicht da? Na, egal.
es liegt.
Jetzt müssten
So.
wir, jetzt sehen wir auch dein Bild draußen.
Das sehen wir schon die ganze Zeit. Nein, Entschuldigung, ja, genau.
So, jetzt müsste auch der Ton rüberkommen.
Hallo.
Test, 1,
Test.
2, Channel.
Test, Test. Kann man mich hören?
Ja,
Test, Test.
das ist leise vom Handy, aber.
Erzähl einfach deine Adresse und Sozialversicherungsnummer nacheinander.
Erst deine.
Deins ist besser, ja.
So,
So,
mich
okay.
hört man? Hört man mich auch? Geht das?
Ja, hört man besser, aber kann man es ein bisschen lauter machen?
Ja, aber
Du musst vielleicht lauter dran, hä?
Ist die Lautstärke
Das
jetzt
ist immer
gut?
lustig, wenn man sieht noch. Ja, dich hört man auch, das ist auch drauf.
Okay, passt,
Ja, die
perfekt.
funktionieren weiter.
Sehr gut.
Aber Spur lauter vielleicht. Oder?
ja. Nochmal, weiter reden.
Hallo, 1, 2, 3, Test. Track 2, ABAPConf 2026, Test.
Normalerweise muss das so einreißen.
Geht's besser? Wird's lauter?
Ja, ich glaube, du hast es besser jetzt.
Okay. Irgendwas in den Comments? About the sound?
Ja. Zum Bogen. Ja, aber ich glaube, das passt. Wie kannst du nicht?
Wird schon passen.
Warte noch.
So.
Test,
Ja,
Test.
wir warten eh nicht, wir haben eh noch keine Leiter.
Ist okay?
Ich glaube ja.
Test.
Ich weiß nicht ganz genau, was
Leichte Verspätung, aber
Fast in time.
genau. Fast in time. So gut wie just in time.
Vielleicht bin ich ja ein bisschen schneller als eine Dreiviertelstunde.
Den Sessel brauchst du da nicht, oder? Brauchst du den Sessel?
Ja, zwischendurch.
Also, okay, passt.
Das ist aber schon ein krasses Temperaturgefälle von hier drin nach in den Flur.
So.
Hi, hi.
Die sind drüben schon beim Feedback, das heißt, ein bisschen warten wir
Die
noch.
sind doch gar nicht fertig.
Nein, die sind noch nicht fertig.
So. Ist das Sitzen auf den Tischen erlaubt? Ist das Sitzen auf den Tischen erlaubt?
So we will wait some more minutes so the other session can complete. We will start in 5 minutes.
Das ist Teil 2.
Sehr gut.
Ja. Einer hinstecken.
Stromkabel brauchst du nicht aufladen.
Sind die schon weg? Okay.
Na,
Aber fertig sind schon.
ja, fertig sind sie geworden, aber
Ja, ja. Bisschen.
Karin. Nein, du bist noch recht stark. Hi, grüß dich. Tische wurden freigegeben zum Sitzen. Wer möchte. Können wir die 3 Stühle noch irgendwo hinstellen? Oder?
Ja, kannst du. Also die brauchst du ja für
Dann pack die doch mal dahin.
Okay.
wir fangen jetzt an.
Wird es noch in einen anderen Raum gestreamt? Wäre das noch eine Option?
Tempo bitte. So, was haben wir für Zeit?
Für das Video ist natürlich optimal, wenn du nicht ganz so viel durch die Gegend rennst.
Ja, das mache ich gleich nicht mehr.
Weil dann kann ich ein bisschen versuchen einzufangen.
Gut, dann bleibe ich hier stehen.
Da wäre super.
Sieht man auch die Folie oder besser so, ne?
Ich kann dir noch ein Kreuz auf den Boden machen.
So?
Richtig so mit dem das ist auch scheiße.
Ja, das ist.
Nee, komm mal zu wenig.
Es geht weiter,
So, ja?
Ja, genau. Da wäre sehr ganz gut. Das kann man nicht.
Dann können alle gucken.
Könntest du die Kamera ein bisschen in die Höhe schieben?
Wir müssen später mal über Spaces und Pages reden. Wie geht's dir?
Gut.
Ja?
Ist dein Mikro an?
Ach so, stimmt.
Wo hat er gesagt, so ist es hier stehen?
Wir machen hier drüben. Da ist besser. Ja, so ist perfekt. So ist gut.
Machst du es? Okay.
Ja, das kann ja nicht so schwer sein. So, ich glaube, wir fangen an, oder? So, let's start. Welcome to track 2 of the ABAPConf 2026 here in the Muffinex in Mannheim. It's hot in here. Yeah. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to all of our sponsors. They make this happen. Here, it's Nova Intelligence, Conduct, RefTrack, Docs42, Softway, and of course, Brandeis and Cadaxo. So many thanks for our sponsors to make this happen. Can you see this? Yeah. Perfect. So, and now I'm very proud to introduce our first speaker at track 2, Mr. Rapp himself, Marcel Hermans. And he's going to show us a RAP application code pattern, leveraging RAP, of course, for the transactional part, application jobs for the long-running parallel stuff, application logs to see what happens, and of course, for the UI, Fiori elements. And now the stage is yours.
Thank you, Domi, and also a warm welcome from my side. And yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is Marcel Hermans. I worked 16 years for SAP in the area of RAP and Clean Core and ABAP Cloud. And now I'm employed at Brandeis Consulting, and I'm doing education trainings there, but also project development. So coaching, architecture, but also real development in these projects. And it's a different story working for SAP and delivering features and getting a little bit of feedback in all these conferences. And it's compared to using it yourself in real customer projects. But my mindset, which I have from RAP and how we developed it, is still there. And I don't stop thinking in product development, even if I'm doing project development. And therefore, I recognized that for SAP, there's for S/4HANA, there's cool stuff available, how applications are built, and that's of course also available for customers. But custom development projects are a little bit different than the ones that are performed at SAP. And that's the reason why I introduce now the term RAP application patterns, because it shows for certain application types how we can use blueprints, and later we can see how you could even maybe use them as a contribution from our side for the SAP community. So I was working on a custom development project for a bigger German company. It's an S/4HANA migration project, RISE, so not really a migration, but a greenfield project. And this company has a lot of automated business processes. So, for example, they are producing trucks and offering service contracts. So I was in a project taking care for service contracts. And if these trucks are produced, the equipments are produced, then they need to be assigned to the service contracts, to the rate components. Yeah? And this is an automated business process. And changing these service contracts is not done individually for each contract, but there are mass changes which need to be performed. And for both, there are certain challenges. If we are talking about automated business processes, then we also always need to be sure that the process chain is not broken. So we need to make sure that the process runs end to end and is really reliable and error tolerant. And for this, we introduced a pattern which makes use of a retry mechanism, because, for example, if a truck is produced, the master data is added to equipment, and then which you can fetch locally via a RAP local handler, event handler. And then you can handle this event. But what happens if this event is raised, you fetch it, you get the equipment, but you cannot assign it to the service contract because the service contract is currently locked by any user. Yeah, so then you can try to perform a retry, maybe some minutes later, but even there could be a bigger issue with the service contract, that something is wrong with the configuration or with the business partner or with the billing plan or something like that, so that you can't update the service contract in the current status. If you just write in the application log that the equipment could not be assigned, then you documented it, but nobody knows about it because nobody will look into the log. How should the people be aware that in this log the error is persisted? So what we did there is we applied a retry mechanism that with an application job, frequently it is retried to assign the equipments to the service contracts. This is one application pattern. The second application pattern is the one which we will have a deep dive today. And yeah, I took this application pattern from the private cloud system and I moved it to our SAP BTP instance and enabled it in ABAP Cloud. And this is what we will see also today in the demo. And the challenge here in the mass change enablement, we all know that. You don't want to change the documents individually, but if you, for example, want to adjust the discount for a certain region, you had some advertisement telling that for, I don't know, for a conveyor belt, you do some services, you get a 10% discount in a certain time, then you want to do that for all your customers in this region, for all the service contracts. And this, the challenge here is that this should be really end-user friendly. So not a technical UI, but a really end-user friendly UI with a clear visualization of the current progress, because it takes a lot of time updating many service contracts, and displaying the result and the detailed log. And here it's a combination of RAP, the application jobs, application logs, and a little bit of additional coding which is required to achieve these requirements. So coming to the requirements, we're talking about the user stories. So the company I work for, they did a very good job by defining these user stories and what they actually want. And yeah, the adjustment run for the service contract items should be done for specific materials, which are the services, like the adjustment of a conveyor belt, and the assigned equipment category, so the conveyor belt, for example. And it should give then the discount, which you can enter, and this in the Fiori application. And of course, I want to see the progress really updated. Okay, where am I in my progress? How long will it take to get a feeling how this works? The third point, in the application log, I want really to search for things. Yeah? So if I, for example, update 1,000 service contracts and there is an issue with one service contract, then I want to see all issues which came up for the service contract, because then I can try to heal this, to fix this. And of course, I want to easily identify the application job or the run which I triggered maybe 2 days ago. How can I find this with my user or with the date? But maybe I also want to search for the parameters which I entered. Because if I do the run, for example, just for one specific service contract and the end users enter then also the semantic key of the service contract, then it would be nice if I enter this also in the app to find this run via the service contract. And of course, it should also be possible to plan this adjustment run as an expert in the application job app, in the more technical app. But the real end user should not use application jobs, because their feeling was it is a little bit too technical. It should be triggered via the real Fiori application. So these are the 4 points. We want to initiate the run. We want to see the run results or the progress. Then we want to deep dive into the log and to see the complete list and to trigger it via the application job, the run job. Talking about mass change enablement, we all know ABAP reports, we all know the application job app, and we know Fiori. And they have different cons and different pros. So in an ABAP report, I think everyone did this some time ago, you can search for different things. So you don't find it, but you just specify what you need. So for example, a list of service contracts you want to search for, or you filter on the sold to party or shipped to party. And then you define for which equipment category and for which service the discount is applied. You can decide if you want to execute it in background or if you want to execute it directly. For the application jobs, I think everyone knows the app. You have the 3 steps. You first define which application job to trigger and the name of the job. You can specify when it should be executed and how often, maybe reoccurring, really cool. And then third point are the parameters, very similar to what we see on the left-hand side for the ABAP report. We can here also define which filters and which parameters should be taken into account. So the select option, the filters, are then ranges. Yeah, so which data should be selected, and the parameters are more like input for the execution, so like the discount. And then I can execute that one, or plan the execution. The Fiori application, on the other hand, here we can also make use of the filter bar. We can filter the data with, it's also ranges are used in the backend, and the search is then performed via the SADL component. I even saw that there is a lecture later this day about this stuff. And yeah, I can see the results in the list. Yeah, so this is nice. I can see the results, but what I cannot do is I cannot offer an adjust button which executes something corresponding to the filter bars. Yeah, so what I can do is I can select instances like here and press then the adjust button, and then the logic is applied to the selected contracts, but I cannot perform it on the data set according to the filter values. So, and therefore, we compare it, of course, from the look and feel. We want to make use of Fiori application. For the mask change enablement, we have the drawback that the select options are not supported by default or by the programming model end-to-end. We need to do something for that, and I will show later how this can be achieved. But we see the data visualization. Yeah? So we can see which data corresponds to the filter values, which is also good because you get a feeling, is it really the data which I want to change here? And navigation to the results. I can easily implement a navigation in sub-GUI applications, in Wipro applications. When I create a job, then I end up in the list where all the jobs are listed, but I don't see really the results directly or the progress of the current run. And with the Fiori application, of course, we can implement that also easily with object-based navigation. We could jump then to the results of this run. And yeah, related to ABAP Cloud and Cleanco, it's also clear sub-GUI is no longer supported. Jens just stated that 1 hour ago. And application jobs and Fiori apps which we develop are, of course, yeah, supported by ABAP Cloud and desired. So and now my idea was, can we improve the situation for the Fiori apps by making use of the select options, yeah, with a Fiori Elements extension, for example. And this is also part of this pattern. So we combine the benefits. We take the Fiori applications with the select options. We have this static action, yeah, unbound instance independent action, where we can then select the different parameters, but which also takes the select options from the filter bar. And if I press the adjust button, then it is executed directly. Or if I want to execute that in background, then I can click on the run in background button if I want that. And then I want to see the overview. What is the current progress? How many service contracts are already progressed? And what is the overall number? How many errors occurred so far, so that I get a feeling if I need to check that later? And how many successful assignments or adjustments have happened? And of course, I want to see the message severity if something went wrong. And the project wanted to show one message as an example was what went wrong, so that you can get a feeling. And last but not least, of course, the detailed log with all the successful and error messages. So first thing is applying ABAP Cloud technologies, of course, with RAP and Fiori Elements, the application jobs, application logs, and ABAP Parallel. So of course, it makes sense to parallelize that one. At the missing building blocks, the first missing building block is the select options, which I stated. Of course, I need to persist also the progress and the summary, because this doesn't come for free with the application job so far. And I implemented also the search on the parameters, which is also unfortunately not supported so far by the application job. And then the idea was, couldn't we generalize this approach? Because I developed it for one application. Then there was a second application. Then I thought, okay, let's generalize this approach. And then we saw we have 9 use cases in one of 10 projects. And in all the other projects, we have the same pattern. Everywhere we have this pattern of mass data processing. So the idea was, can we generalize this as a blueprint? And now the idea is to go even a step further. I would like to offer this approach, which we will see later, as an open source project, if this is desired. And I need your help here in this room and also in the persons watching online the video, or maybe also later, to support me, because my boss told me that I need 100 persons being interested, because if it's not too relevant, then we don't want to create an open source project. So if you think it makes sense, then please support me. So, and now it's time for the demo. So we are in Eclipse that is running here. So maybe first thing is the end user perspective. So we all know the application jobs. We can create a new application job, which I implemented, the job for the adjustment run. Maybe you could spend a little bit better name, but that's a name. And yeah, I want to execute it immediately, so I don't define a reoccurring or a recurrence pattern. And in step 3, I'm now able to add all the select options and to define the discount. So I'm just a little bit lazy. I define the discount just and execute it for all. And now I see that it is in progress. Yeah. So if it is finished, then I don't see here any update. So I have to refresh, and I can navigate to that one, and I see all the details of the application jobs, more or less technical details. In our application, I integrated this now, the wrap application pattern with the nice spaces and pages in sub BTP ABAP environment. And yeah, we can see here the service contract. By the way, who doesn't know the service contract in S/4HANA service? Everyone knows it. Very good. So we have the service contract ID, we have the sold to party, shipped to party, and lifecycle status and the error status. So this is just, I would say, a reference scenario which I took over. This is not the real S/4HANA, of course, because I'm running in Steampunk. And yeah, related to the service contracts, we have the different rate components with the materials. The materials are the services. And then to these rate components later, the equipments and categories via the categories are assigned by rules which can be defined. So, and yeah, so what I implemented here is I can now select the sold to party, for example. And I can say, yeah, please, I want to have only the open and the ones in progress. And then I want to execute that one. So I can see if I select here everything, then it says, well, only the first 30 items are taken into consideration. So if I adjust the selected contracts, then only these 30 are processed, not all of them. But if I want to do that for the select options, I can do that via this button now here, adjust via select options. If I press on it, I have now make use of this default value functions. So there's already a proposal available for the category and for the service. So I want to give 10% discount to the adjustment of the conveyor system. Or let's take 37%. And now I say also run in background yes, and I press the button. And now I get an overview. I see the execution status is planned. I see the progress, which is automatically updated. So I don't do anything. These are the new event-based side effects. And we see already that there's an error occurred, and the run is updated frequently. And it keeps going, and the progress is updated all the time. And now I could even spend a little bit more visualization. I didn't have the time to say that you see how many successful executed and not successfully executed service contracts were processed. And yeah, so of course, if I go to this overall application where I can see all the runs, we also see here how our execution is processed. So also for the application job, of course. So it doesn't really, there's no difference if I execute it as an application job from this app or from this Fiori application. At the end, the result is important and not the way how you triggered it. And therefore, I can see both here. And of course, if I go to the application job app, then I would also see both of them. If I search now for, which discount did I enter? 37%? 38, thank you. Then I find something here which was not the goal. But I honestly, I don't find the ones where I can see this one here. Maybe I enter 45 and we see that I don't find this one right? So unfortunately, the filter parameter are not taken into account. So for the discount, maybe it doesn't make too much sense, but if I filter now for the service contract ID, then it makes more sense. Here in this application, 45 it was, right? Not 33. I find this instance because the jobs, the parameters were persisted, and if I click here on show more, so I don't see this by default, I can see the parameters which were taken into account, and it is offered for search capabilities. So I find it via the text search, independent if I use now for the material or for whatever I selected here. So this is the end user perspective. And now the question is, yeah, how was this implemented? So the first thing is maybe let's have a look on this navigation stuff. Who of you knows the object-based navigation and how to implement that? Okay, 4 or 5 people, very good. So let's have a look in Eclipse how this is done. So we can see here the applications. So I have the reference scenario with the business partner, equipment, Fiori, stuff, which is specific to BTP. We have the material, and we have, of course, the service contract. And the service contract has a consumption view. For the consumption view, I have a metadata extension. Defining the UI annotations, the semantic, can you see it? A little bit better, maybe. Defining the semantics according to wrap. And we can see here that for the sold to party, I added as a semantic object for the line item, a type with intent-based navigation to the business partner and show. Yeah. And if I go to the app, and I click on this link, sold to party, then this is exactly coming from this annotation here. And if I click on it, so I didn't spend time on these UI annotations, but what is important, we can see here business partner show. This is exactly what you need, the semantic object and the action. So this is also what you specify in the Fiori element, in the, how is it called? Fiori, no, Launchpad, descriptor, item, I forgot. So, and this is also used for the navigation. And the question is then also which instance is taken, and this you specify via the element and the local element. That means as sold. We come to that later, why I added here such a strange name and not a nice sold to party ID. This one here is then bound to the identifier of the business partner, and then I can see the object page of the business partner. If I don't do that, then I would see the list of the business partners, obviously. So this is how you can do that in the backend, supported by wrap with Fiori elements, works perfectly. But it is not currently not offered if you want to do this, which I did here. You want to navigate to the results after you pressed the action. Or it was also required and desired that you can easily jump to the application runs for this application. And if I press on this button, it's a simple navigation. This is also currently not offered. And you can do this in bars. And we are here in bars, and we see our project, which I created and deployed then later in ABAP. And we can see on the web app, which is offered by the Fiori elements and bars, people the application info. And in the application info, you can go to the page map. And in the page map, you see an overview of your model. So you can see the list report, you can see the table, and in the table, you can see the toolbar. And if I open the actions from the table, the toolbar, I can see the actions. We see that I have several actions available here. And I'm not sure if you did this already. So for some point in time, it's quite easy. And for me, it's pretty hard to change all these JSON files and to find the right way how to create the controller extensions and all that stuff. So I'm very happy about tool support. And of course, with AI, it can be done even better in the future. Excuse me. And then you can have the offering of different options here. I can create a custom action and the external navigation. This was the one I tried out, and I had a lot of problems because it created local annotations based on the backend annotations, but not 100% perfect. And then the backend annotation were not evaluated anymore. So I deleted everything and did it the way I describe it now. I added a custom action. And you can define here the handler file and also the handler method. And then such a file is generated and automatically be called, and the action is added. And all you can do here, need to do here, is the cross-application navigation. All this is the coding which is specific for this navigation to the app. You define also here the semantic object and the action. So exactly what you define also in the backend, you just need to know how to do that. So this is the action to navigate to the runs. But obviously, the adjust via select options is a little bit more complex. And to be honest, I don't want to implement that on client side with all the fields and value helps and I don't know what, and drop down box and all that stuff. So usually you get this for free or by modeling the metadata extension in the backend. And I did this also. The only thing you need to do is to hide the action. Why? Because in bars, you can then use the action and expose it like this. So you need to know from the $metadata file what is the name of your action. And then I have a little bit of coding for the filters. And then at the end, here it is quite simple. I have the edit flow, and I invoke the action from the $metadata file, and I hand over the select options, which I collected before, as a JSON string. And now you maybe remember why the field was called as sold. Yeah, so it's an abbreviation coming from the application job, because application job parameters, I think the length is limited to 8 or 10 digits or letters. And that's the reason why I call it as sold, because the serialization coming from the client can then be transferred via call transformation ID in principle to select to ranges in the backend without having any specific coding for that, and then extracting from this serialized string all the stuff which is required. We will see that later. And then afterwards, if this is done, I want to navigate again to the run app and display the instance which was returned by the action. Yeah, so I have a rep action which does the magic, calling or scheduling the application job. And then it comes back with the UUID with the key of my run ID, and I show it. So, and yeah, this is the way how you do this stuff. And for the filtering, you need some coding. You need to get the filter bar and then to serialize all that stuff. So, of course, the idea would be to centralize it somehow, and not to copy this code for each and every application. That's the way how I did it so far. Of course, this can be done better. Yeah, and if I check this now in my application, so I add again some sold-to parties, and I maybe add the lifecycle open and in progress, and I click now on adjust via select options. Then I can see here my JSON string, and all these WebSockets coming from the backends are unfortunately creating error messages. But here you see it. You see as sold, and then the typical ABAP range tab format, which I create then in this extension coding. And on the backend side, I set now a breakpoint in the central run app. And then in the call stack, we see how this works. I press now adjust via select options. And now the debugger should exactly be there. And now we can see the call stack here. And we can see that the adjust via select options action from my business object, the use case specific business object, is called. And everything I need to do there is a delegation of my central initiate run action, which is implemented one time in this approach in my run BO. And this does all the magic. So maybe we can see here what it does. So it does a deserialization of my parameters and adds some more of them. And later, persisted also in my run business object. Yeah, so I get all the execution status, application name, job name, which is created, if it runs in background or not. Then we can see that the application job refinement, which I did, has also an execute synchronously way. So I can execute the logic of the application job synchronously or also asynchronously. And to execute it asynchronously, of course, RAP and transactional consistency is quite important. So we cannot schedule in an action the application job. This would violate some rules. Therefore, I do this when the save is triggered. And when the save is triggered, I loop at the things which I remembered in my internal table, and then I schedule the job with the parameters which were handed over by the use case specific application. And yeah, having said that, we can maybe have a look on the short look on the application job, which we have here. So in order to minimize the effort for the use case and to maximize the reuse by the centralized solution, there is an abstract class which is provided, which offers all the features which are required. So for example, taking care for the orchestration with this run BO, persisting all the stuff, and writing the log messages so that you don't need to consider that in every implementation. And here my implementation, by the way, we see here the parameters. In my implementation, it's quite simple. I just get my data. And the get data is just applying a select statement on my CDS view where the contracts and items are represented. And I apply all the ranges which I defined. Of course, it is very important that the ranges defined in the application job are exactly the same as we have in the Fiori application, because if you add more in the Fiori application and they are not understood by the application job, then it will lead to a dump and not to incomplete data, but to a dump, because everything is handed over to the application job. And I think that's very important, because otherwise the expectation from the end user would be simply wrong. So it should be exactly the same set of select options. Yeah, and here also very important, always the instance-specific authorization control needs to be applied, because that's the only way where it is done in the application job, by selecting the data. And then after I got the data, I can set now the total number in my application, how many service contracts or items are processed, and then I can do the actual processing. And the actual processing, of course, I'm not an S/4HANA system. I just simulate how it would behave here with a wait up to 1 second for each service contract. And then I do the error logging. I simulate error situations with some logic here, and I add all the messages which are required. And I simply write them via these methods at a log error and log success. And all the other stuff, how many logs success messages do I have, how many errors do I have, that's all taken care by the central class I'm inheriting from. So I don't have to take care for any stuff of that. So the orchestration of the run BO, the logging, transactional consistency, the parallel, applying this ABAP parallel, to ensuring the transactional consistency, that's all taken care. Yeah, so that was the second point. And the third point is about the select options, the parameters. So These are here returned as this range tabs, like I said. And of course, you need to make sure that these are exactly the ones you also specify in the Fiori application. And like I said, therefore, all these names here corresponds to the application job parameters by convention. And if this doesn't fit, I don't see any static error, no ATC error, because there's no way to test this, but I get a dump with a clear message that this doesn't work. Yeah, and then this is taken over. So this is how this is implemented and how this works end to end. So the overall architecture is like that. So I have the initiate run app and all the other 8 apps which are there. And maybe for other projects, it will be applied also later. And the main work for this, all of this, and for these features is done by my central Fiori application, which I created here, the run app. So I can see the results, I can see the progress, and I can also see the list with all these filtering and searching capabilities. And under the hood, of course, the job is executed. And yeah, we just have slight, very small dependencies here where I need to call my action, the initiate run, and all the rest is done automatically here. So I know which application job should be used. So the name is handed over from here to here, and I can then schedule that automatically without having this over there. I'm inheriting from that, and like I said, certain parts are taking over, and I can focus on selecting my relevant data, apply the business logic, and ensure a correct authorization. And via the application log, this is then also triggered here. I just need to call in my class log error, log warning, log success, log information. Yeah, so and now the idea is to combine this RAP, ABAP, and clean core knowledge with the learnings from real projects and to come up with a blueprint with this RAP application pattern. And one thing is I also give feedback to SAP because they are also very interested in consolidated feedback from these customer projects and how to solve this, because many stuff from that could also be realized in the standard, obviously. So why not improving, for example, application job, application log? But also this pattern, still if it is improved, I think this pattern is very interesting for many scenarios. It's reoccurring scenarios. So we have one customer, like I said, multiple Fiori apps and multiple projects, but also my colleagues being on other projects are now coming to me, hey, I have exactly the same situation, different customer, and they want to have the same. And if I would show that to them, then obviously they would like to have that with this progress indicator and all that stuff. So, and of course, so some kind of advertisement. We also want then to offer trainings and apply it ourselves in projects because we really know how it works at Brontice Consulting. But as a contribution to the open source community, as I said, please support me if you think it is reasonable. Just then, not because you think I'm friendly or I'm not, or just because you think it's really reasonable. And please vote for that. And yeah, what is included, because it also shows best practices how to apply wrap features and Fiori element features, not just by taking this a pattern for your applications, but you would also learn a little bit how to use these standard technologies and all these features. And we have here CDS, the wrap BOs, the UI annotations, Fiori elements annotations, and also the Fiori extension, which we saw in bars, the jobs, the logs, CL ABAP parallel, and of course, which I would also like to include at least some point in time, are the non-functionals. So like authorization. So I see many projects as start and then we are done. No, of course not. So you need a real authorization, a good authorization concept, and not 2 weeks before development close, but maybe even at the beginning, and define the roles at the beginning of the project, because then you can already test the roles which you want to deliver. And authorizations have many levels. So as start for the start authorization, as the name says, who is able to start the application, which is very important, but not sufficient. Second step is who is able to change something and what, and who is able to read something. So the activity, which needs to be taken into account in CDS, but also in the DCL, but also in the wrap business object. Yeah. So in our project, there was a decision, that one role is able to see everything and the other role is able to see and to change everything, because it's a contract viewer and a contract manager. The manager can nearly do everything and the viewer can just view certain stuff. So therefore we used, for example, global authorizations in REP. So it was a 5 minutes job for each application to do that if you introduce a central concept for that. And then, of course, also transactional consistency. RAP complains about a lot, yeah? And many people are complaining about that. I'm now also complaining about that, but it is right that RAP is complaining about that, because SAP introduced the SAP LOW concept a long time ago, and it is clear how it should work, but there are thousands of possibilities to destroy it, to destroy the LOW concept, and there's no way to check if it is really consistent, if it is done correctly. But RAP is now a it's now a model, a programming model, which is able to try this out or to check this at runtime, and therefore RAP complains about issues which could lead to data loss or to inconsistent data or to workflows which are triggered even if the original data was not saved and stuff like that. And yeah, therefore this also needs to be considered here, because if you perform math changes, then it's even more important, because it is running an application job and RAP is not taking care for the checks, so because it's not the RAP logic running there. And troubleshooting is of course also important. I think we talked about that also on other conferences. Many people don't even know the current troubleshooting tools. So for example, the cross-trace. Who knows the cross-trace? ABAP cross-trace? Okay, 10%. So, and it's really, really cool feature. And of course, also translation. It's a hell to use SE63, and there's no fact sheet currently. I didn't find any fact sheet which ones you really need, and for every object it is a little bit different. So I would like to put all this together with clean core experiences, or to being clean core ready. We had many issues with clean core in the project. RAP and the ABAP platform offers great features, and S/4HANA, they want to apply that, but if you use then what S/4HANA created, sometimes you find out that not everything is in the shape which you needed. So equipment is released, very nice, but the events are in A equipment, which is not released. If you want to implement local event handlers for the equipment, then you have to use A equipment. It's not released. And of course, it's also not a classic API. So now we are talking about clean core level C. And service contract, similar situation. The scope is quite limited. If you want more scope, then you need the BAPI. If you need the BAPI, then you find out, yeah, it's also not a classic API, because SAP introduced a new RAPIO, which is the target. Why then nominating it as a classic API? Again, level C. Yeah, and this was the major stuff which we consumed. So no clean core at all in this point in time. Customer influence can help maybe, but not as quick as the project should happen. And these things are now to be considered in such an application pattern, and I call it REP application pattern 1 for math changes. And the idea is, if you want to do that for an open source project, that we apply it to the current relevant releases. So not only, of course, if you're BTP, it's nonsense, but for the private cloud and also for the public cloud, and 2023 and 2025. Yeah? So most of us are working on 2023, and some of us are working 2025. And for example, the event-driven side effects, which we just saw with the progress indicator, are unfortunately not available in 2023, but they come with 2025. So the first one is about the math changes. The second one is about the event handling. So it's not like I can release this as open source project next week, but this is the plan to move on here. With this scenario I just introduced at the beginning, equipments have to be assigned to the service contracts, and if they are not assigned, then the process chain is broken, and it's really hard to find this out. So we need to make this sure. And the third one is about the process BO. Sören and me, we talked about that at 2 different conferences in Amsterdam and Hamburg. This is the challenge. How can I really call BAPs or function modules with update tasks one after the next? Because they read from the database, one BAPI expects the data to be written to the database before. But if you have a process where you need multiple BAPI calls one after the next, then you need a commit in between. And if you need a commit in between, then rep will tell you that this is not allowed, and rep is right. And then you need to think, how can I solve this issue now? And this is also the third application pattern we are thinking about. And now, if you think this makes sense, this overall initiative, because it's hell of work to make this available, then I need 100 persons until the 1st of August to register on this webpage. And if this will happen, then Jörg will support me to create this as an open source project. So time is more or less okay. Then thank you for listening. Thank you for spending your time, and yeah, maybe see you in the future. Thank you.
Ich habe leider keinen Zuckerschock.
Ton ist auch live.
Ton ist live, wir sind drauf.
Dauert noch ein bisschen, bis es oben ankommt. Ja, Ton ist auch da.
Ich hab gerade vorher beschlossen, wir haben gestern doch gewonnen, weil 2:0 gegen Argentinien, das passt.
Es gibt eine Argentinier.
Es ist Viertel nach. Es ist Viertel nach.
Sind wir?
Ich glaube, wir können beginnen.
13:14 Uhr. Nein, it's fine, it's fine.
Take it.
So. Sind wir drauf? Perfect. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. And now the ice cream. Perfect. It's very hot in here, therefore I will keep it short. Who is using SE80? Who is using Eclipse? Who is using Visual Studio Code? Okay, great. Now we will hear from Dr. Anne Keller and Thomas Ritter about the tooling for ABAP Eclipse. Maybe it for ABAP development tools, sorry. Maybe in the future we will have only ABAP development tools and then we don't care about the IDE in the backend. So let's see what the goal is. The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to our talk on the ABAP tool strategy. My name is Anne Keller. I'm here with Thomas, and we'll talk about, of course, about VS Code, so ADT for VS Code, and about the agentic strategy, so about our MCP server that we delivered now also with VS Code. And for everyone that's not in the room, it's very warm, so forgive us for any words that might come slower and thoughts that might be slower. But the participants have ice cream, so that's all taken care of, so we're happy about that. So everyone is good. So let's start. I'll dive right in. The way we do it is we're going to do a little bit back and forth. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about the what, and Thomas will talk about the how. So diving right in, this for me personally seems like a lifetime ago, but it actually was last year. So 2025 for TechEd, we announced that we would, next to all these nice AI announcements, also release VS Code for ABAP and fulfill something that we call the choice strategy. So we want to give, in general, we want to give developers a choice for the tools that they are using. And it's a good moment now. The last presentation I showed this slide, it wasn't released yet, but now we have released this 3 weeks ago. So on the 29th of May, we already did the first patch. We're getting a lot of feedback, which is great. So which was also mentioned before, it's really great to have the community check it out. Also, if you are not among the 15,000 who downloaded already the extension, check it out, try it out, give us feedback. It has a limited scope at the moment, we're aware of that, but are very eager to also shape the scope with you together. So, but looking back and looking at in general the tools that we're delivering, I mean, VS Code is only the last thing that we're supporting. So even back in 1992, we started something that would with R3 that would become the ABAP workbench with SAP GUI, and then shortly after, in 2012, we had support for Eclipse as a new IDE, and now VS Code. So you see that the distances between tool releases do get shorter. So let's see what's up next. And of course, for ABAP Cloud, so ABAP Cloud development, you have the choice between Eclipse and VS Code. And for classic ABAP development, we're actually going to support this to some extent also in VS Code. So you will have the choice, or you do have the choice actually to as you know, also to some extent between the tools. So what were our goals? I mean, what were our main goals? Why did we want another IDE? Why did we want VS Code specifically? Well, the first one was to attract talent. I mean, to attract new developers. So since Eclipse, as we all know, the habits of developers have changed, the expectations have changed. I mean, the way of working has changed. So somebody coming from university nowadays, or maybe coming even from a different language, would expect your IDE to work differently, behave differently. So we want to make sure that also ABAP and ABAP development can go forward, and we attract actually new developers for this also, and are state of the art here. Improving, so if you've used Eclipse, ADT for Eclipse, you know that if you, for example, build a UI application, that you will need to switch tools. So we have a tool break. So the Fiori development you would do in VS Code or the Business Application Studio. Now in one tool, we can, of course, optimize this and enhance the end-to-end user experience. So this was really also one of the points that we aimed for, to not have these tool breaks anymore in your IDE. And then the last one, which is to innovate. So the last one, it's actually funny. It's the major one at the moment. It's the major one that we're concerning ourselves with at the moment. But when we started first internally talking about VS Code, this was actually not so much the topic, but now it is. So with VS Code, we're also giving ABAP developers really access to a huge ecosystem at the moment of AI tools, of also forks, VS Code forks, extensions, and so on. So how does that look like? And well, we're not going to show a demo today, but Christoph, who is in track 1 after us, will show a demo. Christoph was also here. Will show nice demos. So for going to VS Code, also taking ABAP development to VS Code, we really mean it with VS Code. So we're following the VS Code UX. We're following what the frameworks give us, what they give us out of the box so far. So, for example, one big thing at the moment is there are no form-based editors at the moment. So everything is file-based editing. So if you have your service binding and you want to publish your service binding, you have a CodeLens action to do that. So other things like more like limitations, standard outline does not support visibility, and also the debugger, if you have used that in another tool, if you have used that in Eclipse, it has different terminology. The framework offers different things. So I think with this, I already hand over to Thomas, who will talk more about the language server now, right?
Exactly. So, Anne just talked about like what we shipped, but how does this even work, and why maybe also took this so long. So basically, we had to solve 2 major problems. The first one was really how do we support multiple IDEs long term. So you might have seen that our REST APIs, so our backend APIs, they were always client independent, right? And you even see this extremely nowadays, because all the MCP servers which vibe code on our REST APIs, and this works really well because we always said the client knows the backend, but the backend doesn't know which client is on top. Okay, so that we all solved properly in 2009. Basically, we made like really good decision there. But another thing, which actually you also have to rebuild all the time if you want to build a new IDE, is things like code completion or outline, or all the things you see here. Hover, diagnostics is syntax check, right? And so when you don't use the language server protocol, which is basically nowadays the standard if you want to build any kind of IDE support, then basically you're on the left side where you can see if you have Java, for example, if you want to build Java for Vim, for VS Code, you basically have to implement it 3 times, okay? So when we said, okay, we are now really moving beyond Eclipse, we want to offer something else, we can't just re-implement a million lines of code again, just like once, and then we have to do it for the next IDE again, a million lines of code. So we really need a smart approach. And fortunately, the guys from Microsoft who also came up with the language server protocol, they solved this by basically allowing you to have a component, a reusable component with a defined interface. That is the language server protocol. So you have basically a process running on your machine, and that's the same whether you use TypeScript or Java or Python or whatever in VS Code. You have a component running, and that exposes one standardized interface, okay? And then a source code editor in VS Code simply knows if the language server says, I mean, if we as a language server say we support code completion, then that basically becomes available, okay? And that way, basically, we can now you can now use our language server and you can integrate it then into the multiple IDEs. And so we definitely do not have the goal of supporting all IDEs, right? You can see we only do the mainstream ones. But the cool thing now is with this technology that also, for example, the community, for example, could do something more niche like NeoVim. So for example, somebody like a colleague I know in a different department, and he's really enthusiastic about NeoVim, and he built himself like a little small plugin for NeoVim, which wraps our language server. And this you could do today. Ask Claude Code how to do it, and this actually works. So it's pretty cool. So that architecture is now there, and now basically we can offer ABAP on more platforms, more IDEs, and also basically the client infrastructure. The client architecture is now much more future-proof, okay? Backend was always the case, client not so much. Yeah, so this is then basically how it looks like, just one, you could also have, like I said, NeoVim or whatever on top. But basically we wrap our existing source code. So you can see we basically reused all our stuff. We got rid of the Eclipse UI, and now we put the VS Code UI on top. And what's really nice for this one is basically that with VS Code, yes, on the UI side, a lot of stuff is lacking. Still, we are catching up there, but the code, for example, for activation is still the code you have been using for 10+ years. You gave us support tickets, feedback, whatever, performance improvements. This is all the stuff we can now reuse, which is really, really cool. That's why also, for example, regarding VS Code tickets, we see a lot of tickets for new stuff, but the basic functionality is really solid, which is really nice. And also what was super important for us, especially to make all of you in the room happy, is because we reuse all the APIs, it works with all the on-premise releases, right? So, and being somebody at SAP who can tell you it also works on-premise always makes me happy, actually. Okay, and then there is a second problem which we also had to fix, and that is something which you also now see in the community is we have 100+ object types. And if you now have to build 100+ editors, this simply doesn't scale. But also we had to learn this the hard way. Basically, we started with something like the class editor, and we built this custom, okay? Then obviously we built some frameworks for the source code editor, but it was pretty custom. Then maybe the DDIC data element came along, we built this custom. And then maybe the transformation, simple transformation came along, and we built another editor for it. And yes, we always shared some frameworks, but never in the proper way. And this way, we actually realized, and this happened around the steampunk timeframe, because at steampunk, you might know that with the cloud system, you can only use Eclipse, right, for cloud development. And so we suddenly had to support like way more object types, and we realized, whoa, our architecture doesn't scale. And then we realized, okay, cool, we should do, again, more server-driven. We call it server-driven UI. And then this is very much the same idea also behind the sub GUI, right, where you have, or any kind of browser, so you have a renderer on top, like the sub GUI, and it can render everything. And so what we came up with basically is we have two renderers, which you always have to implement per platform. One is a form-based renderer, and one is a source-based renderer. And now you could ask yourself, wait a sec, Thomas, where's the form-based render in VS Code? We haven't built it yet. We start with files. We have, you can see it actually already in action in Eclipse. For example, look at the number ranges. They are rendered by this. We haven't built in VS Code yet. Why? Because AI doesn't need forms, right? We are going AI first right now. But this is a possibility in the future, and definitely. We also have prototypes for this, so it will work, okay? So also everybody who says like, oh, I would really like for some JSON objects, some form-based editors, we see that, and we definitely want to do this at some point in time, okay? Also, that lessons applies to everything you might want to vibe yourself, okay? I have seen MCP tools who also started vibing like this. They had something like read class, read report, read transformation. So like, then you end up with 100 MCP read tools. This is not the right approach, okay? Also, if you want to build something maybe with our APIs, do it more like this way. It just scales better. Yeah. And then also what a lot of people told us, like, hey, can you also release this as an SDK? And you can already see people building stuff on it. For example, Marian Zeiss, he's already reusing some of the language server. We haven't officially released it yet. But for example, like you will see the language server basically has two kinds of APIs. One are the standard ones from the language server protocol. those are not owned by us. We just implement them. So those you can already use. They are stable, okay? Because they're owned by Microsoft. We are bound to their contract. And then you will have some from us. And those are not stable yet. And also, to be fair, we will definitely refactor them because it's also the very first time we're building these things. And we will need a V2. They are not that great. They're no, let's retract. They're good, but they are not ready for like external API prime time. That they will still need some cleanup. But feel free to have a look at it. Like I said, you could already play around with it. We plan to do this, but it will still a little bit of time. Okay. And with that being said, let's move over to Anna again.
Yeah. And now coming to AI, also agentic development, what we envision there and what we have released there. So in general, for ABAP developers, support for ABAP developers, we're aiming at two things that we want to do with AI and want to provide tools for, which one is, of course, developer efficiency, and the other one is custom code migration. And for developer efficiency, you probably know many of the things, so predictive code completion, for example, or also the AI SDK that you might have used, and for custom code migration, the documentation chat you might know. So now, how does that, or in general, how does that tie together with what I showed before, what we showed before with the choice of tools? Also, for everything we deliver for AI, we really want to have parity between the tools. So it's really important that that the agentic capabilities that we're delivering for both Eclipse and for VS Code, and also the Joule skills that we have released already, delivered already, that they are in both tools. They will be released as tools in the MCP server, so as part of the MCP server, many of them. And now basically, yeah, making the round. How did we do that? So how do we enable agentic development? By releasing an ABAP MCP server, our own ABAP MCP server that comes at the moment bundled with the language server that you probably all have seen and know already. What we so talking about being flexible and talking about giving choice for AI and especially for agentic development, because everything is really changing so quickly. The tools that you're using, the LLMs you want to use, the agents you want to use, we really aim at being very flexible here. So our goal is to enable you to pick the model of your choice. So not work better with one than the other. Pick the agent of your choice. I mean, we started for our first tests also, and that we have tested now with Copilot, but Claude Code, for example, is also something that we want to give the possibility to use that. And also the environment of choice, which might be a bit surprising, seeing that we talked about IDEs all the time now. But next to the IDEs, of course, also that you could use this with your command line. So with command line tools also, and if they implement the MCP protocol. And for that, yeah, we have our MCP server that we aim at being a self-sufficient set of tools, and have our Joule tools also inside that. So the MCP server you can use in Eclipse and VS Code. You can also use it, as said before, as a standalone component. So this is something that we're planning to deliver, or planning to round up, basically, for that to work well, where you don't require your IDE. And then, of course, what you probably are all aware of is that we're missing tools like read, edit, and search to really make this a standalone and function self-sufficiently as an MCP server. And I guess we're already at the how, which is the more important part.
I think we're way too fast, so I don't have to speak so fast anymore. Yeah, so let's take some time. So basically, we decided, okay, we just pick one component and use it for multiple things. So the language server is basically also the same process which runs as an MCP server. It's just opening another port. Okay. So and then And like Anna said, so we also want to have this plan to run standalone without the IDE to better support CLIs. But again, also, I want to stress that, again, we use all the APIs we have, all the code we have, all the all the quality we have basically in that layer. And also, again, that's also something some people ask me, like, hey, will the MCP server also work against my backend system, right? And I think this picture clearly shows you that we always use language server, and always the language server is always, we always give that rule of thumb, hey, if you can connect with Eclipse to a backend system, then you can also use VS Code, and then you can also use the MCP server, right? So that's basically the baseline, and I think that's a very low baseline. And yeah, so we are really happy that we can actually do this with picking that technology, that architecture stack. Okay, so what's basically the technical underlying decisions we make? So for us, it's really important that all the object type on the language server, but also for MCP, is purely based on ABAP file formats. If you are not aware of ABAP file formats, that's an open source project we do together with the community. ABAP Git is also migrating towards those ABAP file formats. We work very closely with the community. And even now for certain file formats, we also do the design in the open. That's also something you can even go into yourself. You can give us feedback. We do the reviews also in public Git, in the GitHub repository for the ABAP file formats. And the good news is also, for quite a long time, we have been working on these ABAP file formats, and we made a lot of progress, but a lot of people ask us, hey, be faster, because we have a lot of object types which need these file formats. But now with also the push for AI and agentic development, we now finally can prioritize this. And I can tell you that has the biggest priority, okay? So that's really cool. And that's why, for example, I had also chats with Lars Harm, and he's really happy that we can finally go really into this. And then the second thing, what also I think was really needed at some point, and I think we'll reach this point quite soon, or maybe we have already reached this, is really alignment between the between the different MCP servers within the ABAP community. So you might have seen, Marian Zeiss MCP server, but also the one from the ABAP FS from Marcello, the one from the Vibing Steampunk, these kind of servers. And we now, when looking into the read and edit tools, we now definitely see one point which we really have to work together, and that's how do we identify objects, right? Because, like, imagine you now in your company want to contribute a specific search tool, and it returns a list of object types, okay? So if you return now, say, like, you return like a database table from the search, and now the agent should read it, then you need that link, right? So you said that basically in the search result, maybe there's just the name of the table, not the type or whatever, and then maybe the other tool needs name and the type. So how can then the agent figure it out? Okay, and that is something where we did two bigger workshops on this, just to look at, okay, how can we solve this? And we still have to. I will not give you the solution today, because we also are currently implementing it. Okay. But once it's there, we would also we want to share this with the community, and I can already spoil it. Like, we will accept a lot of stuff. Okay, we actually also realize there is not one ID to rule them all. There's actually, you have to do multiple ones because of some IDs, especially in the source code world. You need maybe line numbers. Sometimes you don't need line numbers. These kind of things. But I think that's super important. Especially being this is in a community event. I think that's really something where the community has to come together. And that's also, I think, what Tobias Hoffmann, talked about. So that's, yeah. And also, if you see us doing things or saying like, hey, this is not good what you're doing there with the MCP server, please tell us so we can also adjust, And also one more thing, also what Tobias already hinted at, that we are actively looking at all the community MCP servers, right, and see what the community is doing. And we're also not trying to reinvent the wheel. If there are good ideas, we happily take them, just as you, if you see good ideas from us, take them. We are one community. And then that is also important for me to mention here. It's planned. We have also an internal prototype already, but there will be a little bit. It will still take a little bit of time, and that's a lot of folks within SAP, but also outside at the DESAG events came to me and asked, like, "Hey Thomas, can we have a simple framework where I can also add new MCP tools simply via the ABAP stack?" Right? So you connect your IDE to the ABAP backend. Why can't I not also simply add an MCP tool from within the ABAP backend, and then it would pop up in the ADT MCP server. Okay, and that is something which maybe you have already used the IDE action framework, which we built for Eclipse, that you can actually add your own functionality to Eclipse. And we actually realized, like, hey, this is actually a really good starting point. We can expose these IDE action also as MCP tools. If you need a little bit of metadata, and that's something we want to look into. Okay, and that really means, and the vision for this is really so the vision for IDE actions was already that it should be so easy that you can even build something maybe just for one task, and then you throw it away. Okay, so that's like really cheap, really easy to build, and like I said, so cheap that you can throw it away maybe after if you used it. And that's also the goal for the MCP tool. So maybe you just need one quick MCP tool to maybe fix some sort of like migration or whatever, right? And then you can throw it away afterwards. And that's really the goal, that it's super easy to use, and also really something which you maybe just build for yourself or for your team, right? Or then obviously, because it's ABAP, you can then also ship it via ABAP Git, share it with the community. But we really want to give you basically the ability that you can customize your stack also with custom tooling. Yeah, and I can tell you, we have this already. Like I said, we have a prototype, and that was super helpful. We do a lot of prototypes because I can basically build a prototype in 5 minutes. Those things can also be generated via an agent. And then and that also then gives you, for example, what I want to give you one concrete example. We had quite some people who came to us and told us, hey, we have test data, and we would like the agent to use that test data for writing the tests, right? And then maybe you don't want to give the agent access to all your database tables, but maybe just to like a specific database table. That kind of tool makes this very, very easy. Okay, and then we're already at the Outlook. So what's planned? We're already in July, obviously. So what can you expect from us? ABAP development tools for Eclipse, for sure, round-offs, but primarily AI support. Anna touched on that already. So we, and a lot of people were actually surprised that we also did release the MCP server for Eclipse, which was still a significant investment, and hopefully that also tells, not just tells our story, but like also shows that we are staying true to our story, right? We want to have choice. We would not, because I know a lot of people probably were like, yeah, they are doing VS Code, and now they're not doing Eclipse anymore, right? We have seen this with other companies and products. The new stuff come in, they don't care about the old one anymore. So hopefully we proved you all wrong with the MCP support for Eclipse. But also don't expect major new features in Eclipse right now, because we really gave we really gave a promise to the community that we will reach feature parity with VS Code, right? And also like receive a lot of feedback. So in terms of features, and Eclipse already has a really good feature set, right? So we have to catch up now on VS Code to also make the VS Code fans happy. And so there we were strictly focusing basically on 3 things. 2 you see here already. So one is obviously increase the support of object types. I can tell you, I also wrote it in the blog post already, but next release will be end of July, and will come with programs, function modules, function group includes, static tables, static structures. So a lot of very important classic object types which are currently missing, and are also basically making also AI struggle, because you would always have to jump back and forth between IDEs. And then obviously add the core development features. So those are the things which most people ask at SAP, or the internal feedback. So they want to have at least want to see the transports. They want to have version histories missing. Data preview SQL console. We will do SQL console first, because it's we can just do it faster than data preview. But you will get the access to also see your table data within VS Code. And then there's a lot of more stuff coming. Okay, so like I said, A is basically already finished. We are just wrapping up the release. This will be released soon. B will be next release, the release after. Okay. So it's planned for that, and I'm pretty sure we will have something. Yeah, and then Anna already touched on this. So then it's really important, and that obviously goes for both, right? The MCP server will then be compatible with both, with Eclipse and VS Code. We have to make the MCP server self-sufficient, so it has all the tools it needs. So read, edit, syntax check, providing access to short dumps is also something which the community servers already have. We have this also already running internally, and more stuff there. Plus, what also Anna said, that you can launch it without an IDE, right? So, and that's basically what you need then if you want to run this in a CLI like OpenCode, Cloud Code, or OpenAI Codex. And yeah, then obviously I talked about this before, so we have to look into how we can then offer the language server also as an SDK. Like I said, you can already look at it. It's not documented yet, but at least the language server APIs you can already use, and those are also documented on the Microsoft website for the language server protocol. And also, especially these kind of components now with with AI agents, actually, you can really get into this quite quickly. And use the agent to explain how this works, and then you can also do some experiments. So it's much easier than before. And with that being said, we are done.
We have one question online.
We have one question online. Great.
Can do. Is my microphone on?
Yeah.
Can you? Okay. So the question is, do you know whether the rise of ABAP file formats for your MCP effort means that there is hope to have the Git-based transport system GCTS switch to ABAP file formats as well? Well, the answer is that we can not give an answer about this at the moment. However, seeing and using and doing more AFF, we of course also realize that this is quite practical to be used in different places also. So stay tuned.
No, and some already supported. So basically, the way you have to see how this goes is we define the file format together with our community, right, on the GitHub page. Once we have that one, we implement it for the IDE, and then also if the ABAP community thinks like, yeah, we should switch, then they will also switch the ABAP Git, right, plugin to that object type. And then on our side, also the GCTS adapter is another component which needs to be written. But for all of this, first we need the formats. So it's actually really, really good news that we will get all the formats. So just for example, some really big ones, like I think domain data element, it's not there yet. We're just doing those now because we need it also for VS Code. So this is coming up, and this is then just another step. And maybe also, since we really talk about strategy, and I think that story, not sure if that has been told so much, but we had, while there was this ABAP Git GCTS discussion going on around Steampunk, we really had this vision, and we still stick to that vision also probably 10 years later, that we said like, hey, we want to have one file format which you then see everywhere, right? Just like in all the other programming languages. So what you see in the editor, what you edit, should be the same format as what you see in the version history, right? Or what you see then in Git, or what you see in GCTS. So that was something we actually, the community also came to Waldorf, and we had a workshop for this, and we are all committed on this. And also now with VS Code, we can now finally fully do this in an editor. But also, I'm not sure if you know this, but you can also right-click basically on every newer object in Eclipse and say, show me the source. You want to use the source editor, and then you can also already edit the objects, even Eclipse, in the file format. And so if you don't know this, that may also be interesting, because once you start using VS Code, right, you might say like, I would also want to have this JSON format in Eclipse. Would this be possible? I got this question a lot, and at DSAC was like, yeah, that's already possible actually for all the newer ones. Yeah. So how do we do questions here?
Just ask and repeat the question.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Regarding the AI editing, yeah. So we have file formats, and AI can edit files. But what ABAP files tends to be is quite huge, thousands of lines.
Yeah.
And do we have a semantic capabilities where AI can do precise edit of single, extract a single method, edit a single method, start of rewriting the properties?
Yes. So let me completely go back. So basically the answer is on. You should have asked it in the beginning. It's here. Yeah. So so this problem exists for every single programming language. You can also write 100,000 files, C files or Java files. I'm sure it's hopefully it works. It should work. Oh yeah. So the question was like, hey, if you have maybe a very large ABAP class like CL, GUI, Alfred, right? And you ask the LLM, hey, a question about the constructor, right? Let's say we have, you want just to call constructor about a class, and the class has 3,000 lines of code. It would be a huge waste of tokens, right? It would be very inefficient to that the LLM now uses the read tool, and suddenly 3,000 lines of tokens, or everything, right, is suddenly in your chat context, right? This would, because then also every time you do round trips, you again send those 3,000 lines in worth of tokens, okay? So that's the problem. If you want to see how the community, like, I will actually give props to the community first before I give my answer. So Vibing Steampunk, they have something for that as well. So have a look at it. They also looked at this kind of optimization stuff. There I saw it first, so I want to give them props. But also we have to give props to Anthropic and Claude, because what they basically did, and this is what we also want to use, they basically say like, hey, connect Claude Code to your language server, because the language server can basically then knows how to, the Claude Code, so the agent knows how to use also language server APIs, it can call them. And basically, if you now give the Claude Code, say like, hey, maybe, like I said, same question, but with Java, what it basically actually do it will take the Java file and will just call the language server API for the outline, okay? So you know the outline in ABAP, right? So it would just call it. The language server returns just the outline, much less tokens, way more token efficient. And then also the outline, and then now we can come back to your question, because the outline also has the range. So it's like, okay, this element, the constructor goes from maybe line 20 to 24. And the read tools, all the read tools, ours as well, they can also operate with ranges. So then basically code, they create these sequence, and I will just, again, because it's kind of complex. So basically the question is, explain maybe the constructor method, right? So first it calls the language server API. It gets very condensed, just the outline. It knows then where the constructor method is. It then uses the read tool to just get maybe 3 lines of code. And then it runs the explain and all the logic only on those 3 lines. Okay, and exactly that's also what we are doing. We have a prototype internally, and that's basically also what we will do. We will also basically expose our language server APIs. Unfortunately, you can't use the language server directly. In Java, you can, actually. Also, if you use other programming language and you do not use this yet, have a look at, and I think probably all the agents do it, but this with Claude code, you can definitely do it. They have some documentation how you can connect to, like a language server, maybe for TypeScript, or maybe for then UI5 development, all these kind of things. So it's super cool. We unfortunately, with any of these APIs, you can see things like a diagnostic, a syntax check. You still have to tell us which system you want to run this against. Right? We need still a destination. So basically, our idea is we want to use the same API. We call it like a proxy, right? But it will add 1 parameter basically. So the LLM will still work with something which it's very familiar with, but it needs to have this one ABAP specific thing. Yeah. Yeah. But that's the idea. So basically, also again, and then the pattern you can see here is basically do not reinvent the wheel. Use standards, because the models are based on standards, right? They work really well with standards. So the models understand the language server protocols. So just use that one, yeah. But it's a really, really important question, especially nowadays where the tokens, get way more expensive. So we have to work on this. Marcel.
Yeah, Thomas, thank you for this presentation. It's really cool, and I really like the tool strategy. And I also like the approach of extending the MCP server via this ADT actions. Do you have an idea when this will be available and where?
Could repeat the question.
Yeah. So the question was when will we have the basically the ability to add new MCP tools via these IDE actions? So the answer is quite easy once you are happy with the MCP server. So the MCP server basically has priority. We need to do the MCP tools first, because like so many people are being blocked right now because there are just tools missing, like the read and edit. So we first have to make the MCP server self-sufficient before it also then makes sense for you to add more tools, right? Like otherwise, so that's why we can't do capacity-wise, we can't do both at the same time. So they have to come in order, basically, yeah. So as fast as possible, but the MCP server has priority. Yeah.
Just everyone outside SAP investing there is then currently maybe not on the right track compared to.
No, it's still something different. So like today I saw this MCP server from Marian Zeiss, who's basically connecting to helpsub.com, right? That's really something which probably you want to do outside on a different stack. I think there will be different technologies for different use cases. So I would not say this replaces everything. Yeah.
You mentioned having a colleague who made a plugin that wraps a language server for
Newham, yeah.
So obviously, LSP doesn't define a way to access the remote file system. So even with this uniform LSP, you will need some custom endpoints to connect the virtual file system. And while VS Code has the virtual file system API, and Newham doesn't. So essentially, my question is there going to be some open source project for that Newham plugin so that we don't have to re-implement that ourselves?
Yeah, there is none yet. And if you have one and we can contribute, that's great. We are not planning to do one, but we are happy to support. Yeah, and I don't know if the colleagues know at SAP, right? They are planning to do this, but I saw the source code and I can tell you, yes, your analysis is right. You still still write a little bit of glue code, but it's not that much anymore. Yeah, it's actually much cheaper now to build this. Yeah. Because even that colleague who came to us, we actually called the REST APIs first. He really built something, on the old stack, and he said like, yeah, the new one is much nicer. And like I said, I've seen 2 prototypes, and the second one was wiped, and that was also done basically with an agent on the side. So Cloud Code should be able to help you with this one. Yeah.
How do you position Joule for developers against the functionality of the MCP server?
So basically the positioning is very clear for the brand, is that the MCP server is part of the Joule brand. So that's our way to do agentic. That's basically the Joule agent as part of the Joule agentic story. The MCP server is part of it, and the MCP server comes with these core tools like activate, run unit test, right? Where there's also no LLM call involved. It doesn't impose any cost on us. It runs on your machine, right? It's with your processing power, with your electricity. So why should we charge for it? But as Anne pointed out, so we will also have tools running in the cloud. So MCP tools running on the cloud on our Joule side-by-side system, and obviously there we have to pay companies for the LLM tokens, whatever, and obviously that's then why we have to pay for a license then. But both fall under the same basically brand. Yeah. Sorry.
While we're on the topic of Newham modern tooling, are you aware of TreeSitter?
TreeSitter.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah.
I think it's no secret that the ABAP syntax highlighting is a little bit lacking. It's white and blue, it's a little boring.
Yeah.
And I think TreeSitter would be a really nice tool to bring more color to ABAP, like modern languages have.
But yeah, so the question was like TreeSitter. So for everyone in the room, what is TreeSitter? TreeSitter, very much like language server protocol, is trying to standardize the solution for one problem which all IDEs face, right? And TreeSitter, I think it's for the structure. I think it also provides the outline, right? So, but it's really, I think, also designed for performance, correct? Yeah.
Essentially parse it down to
Yeah. So I think from our side, we always had our own infrastructure. It's called R&D. If you look at the ABAP Cleaner, that is using this one. Actually, also good news for ABAP Cleaner fans. There's something coming, so I think it's just a matter of time. That was also something which people asked for. It's like I can't give you an exact date, but it's like we have something which is really cool for VS Code, obviously. Yeah, regarding trees. So we have the R&D, which is our parser technology, and we always wanted to give you access to that one, because with that one you could probably put like a TreeSitter proxy on top. And so that is something which is currently not in the language server, but that was something I personally really put like to put in, so that basically you get API access to our proprietary R&D parser. And then that one will give you a lot of power to build the things you want to build, and you can then build the TreeSitter on top. But I think, I don't know, you probably know more about the ABAP linter. You probably can also do it with the ABAP linter, right? Or maybe there's probably a TreeSitter already with ABAP linter. But that would be very similar, I would guess. Yeah. And then regarding coloring, so semantic coloring is really hard in a because for some stuff you simply really have to analyze the source code. So we also have internally like a prototype I could even show you if you want to later. which does really like a semantic highlighting, something like importing parameter or exporting parameter, these kind of things. And a lot of stuff you can't do just by parsing. You do have to do a little bit more. So then even that parser will not be enough for you. So we would also have to release that as an API, but then you can have as many colors as you want, basically. Yeah. But good question. Yeah, thanks. Anything else? Also, of course, we are around here, so just you can always come. Please approach us, right? We also have laptops with us if you want us to show something. Always happy to chat. That's why we're here. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Du schaust zu, was ich mache, gell? Und greifst ein.
So, perfekt. Die nächste Session ist auf Deutsch, das heißt, wir auf Deutsch anmoderieren. Ich bin froh, dass ich mit dem Föß raufgefahren bin. Wir sind gemeinsam gekommen. Das heißt, der Johann Föß fürs Leitner wird uns jetzt was über Visual Filter in Fiori Elements erzählen und die Macht des Backends. Föse, bitte.
Herzlichen Dank, danke Domi. Jetzt wollte ich eigentlich noch die Fahne suchen, weil wir haben da, da ist sie. Ich wollte ja eigentlich natürlich mit der rot-weiß-roten Fahne auftreten, kurz. Ja, herzlichen Dank. Vielen Dank auch, dass parallel eine echt, glaube ich, coole Session ist, aber es wird gestreamt, aufgezeichnet, also wir können uns das alle nachher anschauen. Aber herzlichen Dank, dass trotzdem jemand gekommen ist, weil das ist jetzt ja nicht Rocket Science, was wir machen, aber ist, glaube ich, doch ganz nett. Ich möchte heute ein bisschen was erzählen über Visual Filter in Fiori Elements. Fiori Elements verwenden wir sicherlich alle schon längst, Visual Filter vielleicht noch gar nicht so oft. Und ich habe in den letzten Projekten immer mehr das auch wirklich eingesetzt und Kunden auch ein bisschen gezeigt, was da alles möglich ist. Und das ist gar nicht so bekannt oft, was da alles möglich ist. Und insofern haben wir gedacht, mache ich eine ganze Session einmal mit etwas, was nicht mit AI und mit KI und MCP-Server zu tun hat. Die Session, es kommt wohl KI vor, aber nur am Rande, ihr werdet es dann sehen. Der Tobias hat geschrieben gehabt, es ist Advanced, ich würde es eher als Starter bezeichnen, also es ist wirklich basic, um ehrlich zu sein. Gut. Zu meiner Person, mein Name ist Jan Leitner, ich bin seit, glaube ich, 36 Jahren jetzt im SAP-Umfeld tätig, habe begonnen im R2 noch. Gibt es jemanden, das ist meine Frage immer, der mit R2 gearbeitet hat? Wirklich wahr? So alt schaust du gar nicht aus. Wirklich wahr, okay. Ich habe mit der 2 begonnen und habe eigentlich damals mit 19 die Leidenschaft für ABAP entdeckt und habe es eigentlich nie verloren. Also nach wie vor, ich programmiere die ganze Zeit, ich habe selbst heute noch ein bisschen was programmiert, nicht am Thema, sondern woanders, weil es immer noch für mich eine der spannendsten und interessantesten Sprachen ist, wo man es mit wenig Aufwand tolle Ergebnisse bekommen kann. Meine schwerpunktmäßig mache ich zuletzt natürlich sehr viel S4HANA und Fiori Elements, RAP-Entwicklung und so weiter. Ich bin auch Sub-Champion, wenn es jemand kennt, also ich bin auch in so einer Influencer-Gruppe bei der SAP dabei. Ein Satz über unsere Firma, also wir als Kadaxo, wir machen natürlich Consultant, wir sind auch Sponsor, wir sind seit Anfang an dabei, als aktiver Sponsor bei der ABAPConf. Es gibt auch ein paar Produkte, vielleicht kennt es jemand, das SQL Cockpit oder auch mit Docs 42, die sind auch Sponsor heute, haben auch ein Net-On im SAP programmiert. Ja, wer es interessiert, www.kadaxo.com, gerne mehr Informationen. Trotzdem möchte ich nochmal die Gelegenheit nutzen, alle Sponsoren auch zu erwähnen, weil es ist tatsächlich so, es hört sich zwar immer so ein bisschen komisch an, ohne Sponsoren geht es nicht, aber es stimmt wirklich. Ohne Sponsoren, ohne die Unterstützung auch der SAP, die jetzt so gar nicht drauf ist, würde das alles nicht gehen. Ohne eben Kontakt, Nova Intelligence, Brandes Consulting, Kadaxo, die Firma Docs 42, die Dokumentmanagement macht, RefTrack, sind aus Australien, super Firma auch, und Software, die glaube ich jeder kennt. Also wirklich super und vielen Dank, dass die da immer fleißig mitsponsern. Gut, dann die letzte Eigenwerbung ist, ich weiß nicht, wer es kennt, wir machen ja regelmäßig, Domi, ich und Sören, die sogenannten, wir nennen es halt ABAP-Webinare. Wer Lust hat, einfach auf www.kadaxo.com, Webinare vorbeischauen, finden alle 2 Monate statt. Der Schwerpunkt ist meistens irgendwas ABAP, RAP, ein bisschen hands-on, ein bisschen, wir wissen nicht genau, wie schnell wir sind, wann wir fertig sind, aber glaube ich gar nicht so schlecht, soweit ich gehört habe. Es gibt auch alle Webinare, es sind schon über 30 gewesen, auf YouTube, man kann sich die alle anschauen auch wieder. Selbst ich, man glaubt es nicht, gehe manchmal in ein Webinar zurück und schaue mir wieder an, was ich geredet habe, damit ich mich wieder erinnert, wie das war. Ist so. Gut, aber wo wollen wir heute hin? Ich habe schon gesagt, okay, es geht heute um Visual Filter. Ihr kennt sicher sowas, so klassischen List-Report, den jeder schnell einmal macht. Da macht man Service Definition, da macht man Service Binding, generiert das raus und das ist recht schnell da. Für einen Kunden auch meistens ausreichend, geht sehr schnell. Ja, aber manchmal ist es einfach doch aus meiner Sicht, und auch der Kunde fragt manchmal, geht es nicht ein bisschen besser, mit ein bisschen Charts vielleicht so ein Visual Filter, weil das haben wir schon ein paar Mal gesehen, dass das wo gibt. Und genau dort wollen wir eigentlich hin. Also manchmal macht es einfach Sinn, dass man Charts, KPIs oder irgendwie Summen einbindet oder einblendet. Und das möchte ich euch heute zeigen, wie das eigentlich geht. Wo wollen wir hin? So soll ein Endergebnis ausschauen. Ihr habt das sicher schon öfters gesehen. Und es geht eigentlich ganz, ganz einfach. Mit ein paar wenigen Annotations, die wir im Backend definieren, können wir oben sogenannte Visual Filter machen. Wir können in der Mitte die Chart einblenden. Wir haben eine Analytical List Table mit Summen, mit Zwischensummen und so weiter. By the way, wer hat sowas schon gemacht? Wer kennt das eigentlich? Wer hat schon mal? Ja. Okay, dann, ihr werdet wahrscheinlich nicht so viel lernen, aber es ist wurscht, dann wiederholen halt einfach. Aber um das geht es, dort wollen wir hin. Und zwar nennt man das ist die Fiori Elements Analytical List Page. Das ist auch ein Fiori Elements, ein Pattern. So ähnlich wie die List Page. Macht man über einen Wizard, zeige ich dann kurz her. Die Analytical List Page OData V4 gibt es natürlich auch. Aber wir wollen Backend Annotations nutzen. Und ich habe bis jetzt eine sehr gute Erfahrung gemacht mit OData V2. Das heißt, heute dreht sich alles eher um OData V2. Meine Demos basieren auf OData V2 und auch meine Erfahrungen bei den Kunden sind OData V2. OData V4 sollte auch gut gehen. Vielleicht wie ein Kollegen von der SAP, soweit ich gehört habe, aber erst mit 2026 mit ABAP CDS-Backend Annotations. Meine Erfahrung ist noch nicht sehr groß mit OData V4. Wo ich es erfolgreich verwendet habe, 2022, 2023 und 2025, funktioniert super. Hat sich auch nichts wirklich was geändert, 22, 23, 25. Funktioniert übrigens auch gleich. Auch die Apps, die man generiert und deployt, funktionieren nach dem Upgrade ohne Probleme. Genau, ich hätte immer einen Hinweis gelesen, dass es erst mit 26.02 oder der V4 mit den ABAP CDS funktioniert. Um das geht es. Mit lokalen Annotations geht es natürlich schon. Aber wir wollen ja heute mit Backend Annotations arbeiten. So, dann habe ich doch ein bisschen was mit KI, weil am Weg daher, der Dominik sind ja 8 Stunden mit dem Auto gefahren, haben wir während der Fahrt, wollte ich ein bisschen rausfinden, was ist das mit OData V4 und SAP und Fiori Elements. Und ich habe wirklich mit Claude, mit Opus, über einen Account, wo ich zahle dafür. Und die Antworten waren eigentlich wirklich die ganze Zeit verwirrend. Ihr kennt das wahrscheinlich eh. Du hast recht und ich muss mich zurücknehmen zum Beispiel. Oder ich muss das zurücknehmen. Oder jetzt wird es klar und ich muss nochmal korrigieren. Also durch die Hinweise, du irrst dich da, du verlaufst dich da, wieder ein Hinweis. Oder ich habe jetzt mehrere Quellen geprüft, es ergibt jetzt ein klares, ehrliches Bild, also meine vorschnellen Aussagen. Weil zuerst war die Aussage, es geht und dann, nein, es geht doch nicht. Ich muss ehrlich sein, meine kategorische Ansage, bla bla bla, war falsch, ist nicht sauber belegt. Und so weiter. Immer habe ich dann halt aufgegeben, das ist der entscheidende Punkt. Aber dabei noch einmal gedreht, ich muss es wieder zurücknehmen. Also es ist wirklich sehr, sehr oft gewesen. Domi, ich glaube, du kannst dich erinnern, wie oft ich gesagt habe, schau dir das an. Ne? Und dann habe ich es irgendwann aufgegeben und habe gesagt, okay, ich kann keine Aussage treffen zu OData V4 für eure Elements mit Backend Annotations. So, das war KI. So, wie schaut jetzt so eine Analytical List Page im Detail aus eigentlich? Wir haben oben einmal, das sieht man jetzt da vielleicht nicht so gut, sogenannte KPIs, die man einblenden kann. Das sind einfach Key Performance Indicators, nichts anderes wie eine Zahl. Die kann auch einen Status haben. In diesem Beispiel sind alle grau. Die könnten rot, gelb, grün sein, also ein Status. Wenn man draufklickt, könnte auch eine Chart aufgehen, wenn man das alles fertig hat. Das habe ich heute nicht vorbereitet. Da müsste man noch ein bisschen mehr Zeit dafür haben. Aber ist eigentlich perfekt, habe ich super eingesetzt, kann man empfehlen. Das in der Mitte sind die sogenannten Visual Filter. Das ist nichts anderes wie das gleiche, also man kann es auch dann switchen, man sieht hinten die Originalfilter, so wie wir es kennen mit den Value Helps. Man kann es switchen, dass man immer eine visuelle Darstellung des Filters hat. Also man hat einerseits eine Chart, eine kleine, die zusätzlich als Filter agiert. Und das geht es da bei den Visual Filter. Wir haben natürlich hier unten auch die Chart selber, die man einblenden kann. Kann der User auch ändern natürlich, er kann dann die Measures verändern etc. Und unten die Tabelle. Das sieht hoffentlich aus. Auch da gibt es natürlich Summen, Zwischensummen, Durchschnittssummen. Wenn man Beträge hat und Währungen mischt, dann muss man da auf ein Pop-up klicken, dann kommt so ein Pop-up hoch. Ja, das ist im Prinzip die Analytical List Page. So, jetzt gibt es 3 Arten von Visual Filter. Ich habe das vorher schon gesehen, hier noch einmal groß. Es gibt links die Bar Chart, so heißt die hier. Es schaut genauso aus, es wird auch nicht größer oder irgendwas. Es sind genau 3 Spalten, die dargestellt werden, nicht mehr. Es werden nur die größten 3, die kleinsten 3, das kann man schon sortieren, aber es sind 3, die dargestellt werden. Gibt es für V4 und V2, funktionieren einwandfrei normal in beiden Systemen. Die zweite Form ist die Line Chart. Da werden bis zu 7 oder 6 Line-Punkte dargestellt. Verwendet man meistens wahrscheinlich für so, wie Sie da verwendet haben, für Datum, für so eine Tendenz vielleicht. Die gibt es auch in V4 und V2. Und die ganz rechts, die Donut-Chart zum Beispiel, gibt es aktuell nach wie vor nur für V2. Die soll halt so einen Anteil darstellen. Ich habe, weiß ich nicht, 3 Werte, 5, was auch immer. Wenn man nämlich mehr hat, wird das immer der Rest dann immer auf Others gegeben. Also wirklich dargestellt werden 3 so Gruppen. Gut, dann mein Ansatz bei den ganzen Sachen ist immer Backend first. Ich sage jetzt aber nicht, dass das ein Dogma ist. Gibt es immer wieder auch Diskussionen mit Frontend-Entwicklern, die sagen, nein, das machen wir Frontend. Mein Weg ist halt, ich versuche es im Backend zu machen. Ich habe für mich oder eine bessere Wartbarkeit. Es kann meistens auch der Fachbereich sogar, wenn ich ihm erkläre, wie die Annotations gehen, ein bisschen die Annotations pflegen. Ja, ist ein bisschen grenzwertig vielleicht, aber auf jeden Fall eher noch, als wir das vielleicht wirklich mit Visual Studio irgendwelche Annotations pflegt. Das ist, glaube ich, undenkbar aus meiner Sicht. Deswegen ist aus meiner Sicht eine bessere Wartbarkeit. Im SAP-Backend kann man das ja wunderbar mit den Metadata-Extensions ja sowieso separieren. Ich muss ja nicht dem CDS für direkt die Annotations machen. Ich mache es halt in den Metadata-Extensions. Was ich aber sehr wohl oft mache, ist Prototyping am Frontend. Das heißt, im Visual Studio Code kennt sicher alle Fiori Tools, kann man sich super schön Sachen drunter generieren lassen. Die meisten werden als lokale Annotations generiert. Und dann schauen wir halt die Annotations an und überträge es mehr oder weniger in die CDS-Annotations. So lerne ich dann ein bisschen, wie die Annotations funktionieren. Man kann sich 1:1 übernehmen, aber man kriegt eine Anleitung, ein bisschen googeln dann, vielleicht auch Claude fragen. Und dann hilft die einen, dass man das auch wirklich in eine Backend-Annotation rüberbringt. Ja, so, aber wo steckt eigentlich die eigentliche Arbeit jetzt für diese Einblenden der Filter? Wir haben einerseits im Backend Annotations zu setzen, Selection Field, Chart, UI, irgendwas. Wir müssen auch ein bisschen in die Manifest eingreifen, ganz gering, aber wir müssen in die Manifest eingreifen, zeige dann noch ein bisschen was her, ein paar wenige Settings. Und wir müssen zumindest jetzt mit V2 und dem 2023er Release noch eine kleine lokale Annotation machen, weil die jetzt noch nicht durchkommt aus dem Backend. Das sage ich euch dann auch, ich mache nur Copy-Paste. Aber wir haben primär arbeiten wir im Backend und ein bisschen am Frontend. Die Aufteilung habe ich jetzt für mich grob so getroffen. Also der blaue Balken ist das, was wir jetzt hauptsächlich machen, CDS-Annotations. Und wir haben noch ein bisschen Frontend und ein bisschen Frontend-Configuration und Frontend-Annotations. Genau, so viel wie möglich im Backend, so wenig wie möglich im Frontend. Gut. Wie ist meine Demo ungefähr aufgebaut? Wir haben unten die berühmte Demo-Flight, die jeder kennt. Wir haben dann einen kleinen CDS-View, der macht ein paar Berechnungen. Dann haben wir einen weiteren CDS-View. Und hier haben wir die Metadata-Extension, die wir deswegen Gold gemacht, weil dort tun wir jetzt ein bisschen was. Dort werden wir ein paar Sachen aktivieren. Wir werden den Original-CDS-View nicht ändern, auch nicht diesen Base-CDS-View. Dann haben wir natürlich eine Service Definition, ein Service Binding, OData V2. Und vorne im Frontend haben wir natürlich eine Fiori Elements Anwendung, Analytical List Page. Und wir müssen die Manifest ändern und die Annotation.xml. Das sind die lokalen Annotation. Also wir werden jetzt nur in diesen 3 Objekten ein bisschen arbeiten.
Das Mikro ein Stück weiter runter am Tisch oder an die Seite daran an den
so.
Genau.
So. Besser
ja,
so?
Ich hoffe, ja.
Okay. So, dann schauen wir jetzt mal kurz rein. Eigentlich habe ich ein Demo 1 gehabt, aber dann ist mir eingefallen, ich mache noch ein Mini-Demo 0, weil das vielleicht noch keiner gesehen hat. Das Demo 0 ist eigentlich nur, dass ich herzeige, wie zum Beispiel Guided Development ausschaut. Oder wie, Moment, jetzt muss ich schauen. Der ist jetzt weg. Ja, sehr schön. Machen wir einen Application Generator. Kennt den jeder? Fiori Tools? Genau. Das Einzige, was man dann tun muss, wenn man jetzt eine Analytical macht, man wählt halt das andere Pattern aus. Mehr nicht. Das ist der einzige Unterschied und das habe ich dann vorher schon gemacht. Also das würde halt hier losgehen, Analytical List Page, durchgenerieren. Reicht aber an der Stelle schon. Und wenn ich das dann generiert habe und mir noch nicht sicher bin, wie das funktioniert, verwende ich eben gern die Guided Developments. Und hier zum Beispiel gibt es auch für Analytical List Page natürlich auch KPIs, die man sich generieren kann, oder auch die Visual Filter. Da gibt es auch eine kleine Step-by-Step-Anleitung und mit dem kann man es ganz gut eigentlich herleiten und dann die Annotations übernehmen ins Backend. Wenn es da Fragen gibt, sonst kann ich gerne was beantworten. Aber das war's zu dem. Und das Demo 1 ist jetzt, ich habe vorbereitet meine Flight-Anwendung, die schaut derzeit so aus. Wir sehen ganz oben die ganz normalen klassischen Filter, die wir kennen, und wir haben eine Liste und mehr nicht. Das ist mehr oder weniger jetzt dieses vorgenerierte Template. Was wir jetzt wollen, ist eigentlich, wir wollen geschwind einmal diese Chart einblenden, die in der Mitte ist, die Hauptchart. Im Backend, vielleicht hat das schon jemand verwendet, gibt es dafür UI-Chart, die Annotation. Und das Schöne ist jetzt bei Fiori Elements, Analytical List Page ist, ich aktiviere jetzt hier dieses relativ einfaches Setting, nämlich die Chart mit der Annotation vom Chart Type. Ich sage nur, welche Dimension habe ich und welche Measures und mehr nicht. Die hat keinen Qualifier und gar nichts. Qualifier ist ein Name, den man vergeben kann und verwenden kann. Wenn es nämlich eine Chart ohne Qualifier gibt, ist es automatisch die Default Chart, die jetzt in der Fiori Elements Anwendung verwendet wird. Und wenn ich es richtig mache, vielleicht, damit schaust du mit, gell? So, nur das aktiviert. Kleinigkeit muss ich, glaube ich, noch machen dann. So, nur diese 3 Settings waren jetzt notwendig, damit die Chart da ist. Der einzige Unterschied, den ich jetzt noch gehabt habe, ist, beim Refresh Einsteig war die Chart noch nicht eingeblendet. Jetzt kommt eine kleine Manifest-Änderung. Das sind ganz wenige Sachen, muss man dann ein bisschen rausfinden, welche das ist. Und zwar hier sieht man es. Default Content View, da gibt es Table. Und es gibt aber auch, dass ich hier sagen kann, Chart, Table. Machen wir nochmal einen Refresh und wenn es jetzt dann richtig funktioniert, ist ein bisschen langsam gerade, sorry. Dann sollte es sofort erscheinen. Genau. Ist jetzt schon da, aber ich habe noch keine Daten selektiert, deswegen kommt die Chart natürlich noch nicht. Wenn ich noch jetzt einen Code-Klick, sehe ich schon die Charts, die Informationen. Also eigentlich ziemlich schnell. Kann man jetzt natürlich herumspielen, kann man ändern und so weiter, aber ich habe frontendmäßig fast gar nichts machen müssen. Aber jetzt geht es uns ja eigentlich um diese Visual Filter. So, also, soweit so klar, oder? Brauche ich nicht weiter. Ja. Und bei den Visual Filter geht es jetzt darum, warum machen wir die eigentlich? Muss ich aufstehen? Wir haben jetzt solche Filter wie hier links, Werk, Status, Zeitraum. Da ist für einen Anwender jetzt die Verteilung nicht sichtbar. Die ist unsichtbar. Er weiß nicht, wie es verteilt ist, wenn ich jetzt Status habe. Wie viele Einträge gibt es für Status A, B, C? Ist nicht da. Die Filterung ist mehr oder weniger, ich habe jetzt blind oder blind genommen, für mich ist nichts Besseres eingefallen, aber im Prinzip, man startet einmal, sieht, wie viele Zeilen kommen vielleicht, dann ändert man irgendwas hin und her. Und mit einem Visual Filter sehe ich schon einmal eine Verteilung vielleicht. Ich sehe schon mal, wir haben hier zum Beispiel diesen Status, nehmen wir den Status her, Status erledigt, offen, was auch immer. Beim Visual Filter habe ich schon eine grobe Verteilung. Ich sehe schon als Anwender, bevor ich noch die Daten gestartet habe, wie es ungefähr verteilt ist, was mich dann vielleicht interessiert. Und der Visual Filter agiert als Filter. Das heißt, einerseits sehe ich die Chart, aber mit Klick ist es sofort da oder wird sofort selektiert haben. So schaut der Visual Filter aus. Also, es ist ein kleines Diagramm und fungiert einerseits zum Anzeigen der Verteilung und gleichzeitig auch als Filter. Das ist es im weitesten. Deswegen gibt es jetzt gleich das Demo 2, indem wir so einen Visual Filter aktivieren. Also hier oben, ich kann jetzt mal umswitchen, man hat hier oben die Möglichkeit hin und her zu switchen. Man sieht, es ist noch kein Visual Filter da. Es sind nur die Filter da, die Standardfilter. Die sind auch sowieso immer da. So, wie geht das wieder? Gleiche Chart Annotation. Das bräuchte ich gar nicht. Also wieder das gleiche, wir haben jetzt wieder eine Chart definiert. Jetzt ist ein Unterschied, da jetzt haben wir einen Qualifier definiert. Also wir haben dieser Chart einen Namen gegeben. Die heißt jetzt Visual Carrier ID. Ist vom Typ A und wir haben da Dimension und Measures, sonst eigentlich nichts. Und was wir auch noch machen müssen ist, jetzt kommt eine neue Annotations ins Spiel. Wir brauchen eine UI Presentation Variant. Die müssen wir nämlich dann im Backend, im Frontend bekannt geben. So, das heißt, ich werde jetzt diese Annotation ebenfalls aktivieren. By the way, das ist die Annotation, die für die Default Chart gilt, weil da ist auch kein Qualifier angegeben. Und hier wird zum Beispiel die Sortierung geändert. Die werdet ihr dann noch sehen gleich. Aber wir wollen jetzt die Presentation Variant für diesen aktuellen Visual Filter einblenden. Hier ist die Verbindung von oben, hier, nach hier. Und auch die Presentation Variant kriegt wieder einen Qualifier. Visual Filter Care ID heißt die in dem Fall. Und ich habe auch eine Sort Order gemacht. Mehr aber nicht. Presentation Variant und diese UI Chart. Und dann blende ich das nach hinten ein. Aktiviere das Ganze. Es reicht noch nicht. Jetzt mache ich nur Refresh, dass ich euch zeige, dass es noch nicht reicht. weil natürlich der Qualifier noch nicht bekannt ist in der Local Annotation. Er weiß noch nicht, dass er das irgendwo visualisieren soll. So. Und deswegen müssen wir jetzt in die Local Annotation gehen, Annotation XML. Und hier brauchen wir diese Value List Annotation, die in einer höheren Release eigentlich auch aus dem Backend versorgt werden sollte können. Mit V4 sollte es auch gehen, aber mit V2 halt leider noch nicht. Das ist ganz eine dumme Annotation eigentlich, da steht nur hier drinnen meine CDS-Entity, also meine Entity, das Feld und hier die Verbindung zu Visual Filter Clarity. Das ist die Verbindung. Der Rest ist, muss man noch angeben, braucht man In- und Out-Filtern, sonst funktioniert das Klicken und so weiter nicht. So, das werden wir jetzt kurz aktivieren. Und wenn es jetzt dann richtig refresht, so, switchen wir um, dann sehen wir schon den ersten Filter links oben. Genau wie ich gesagt habe, das sind 3, mehr werden nicht angezeigt. Ich habe natürlich viel mehr Airlines als wir Lufthansa, American Airlines. Er zeigt aber die Top 3 an. Ist jetzt noch etwas, es ist jetzt, da steht 3, 3, 2, das sind 3000 irgendwas und wir haben hier oben ein K. Also das ist wieder ein Tausender. Das kann man aber auch beeinflussen dann zum Beispiel. So, und wenn ich jetzt hier draufklicke auf zum Beispiel Lufthansa und Go-Druck, dann bekomme ich auch hier unten natürlich nur Lufthansa-Einträge, Mona nicht. Sieht man auch hier in der Mitte. Oder wenn ich jetzt sage, ich habe doch Lufthansa und American Airlines, bekomme ich halt die beiden. Perfekt. So soll es sein. So, jetzt habt ihr gesehen am Anfang, es war noch immer dieser alte Filter aktiv, also ich habe da umswitchen müssen. Jetzt können wir wieder in die Manifest gehen und kurz sagen, Default Filter Mode ist nicht Compact, das ist nämlich dieser traditionelle, sondern Visual. Wenn jetzt ein Refresh kommt, sollte hoffentlich der Visual Filter sofort da sein. Ja, perfekt. Man kann natürlich auch weiterhin, selbst wenn ich das verwende, hier weitere Filteroptionen dann eingeben. Oder wenn ich jetzt hier habe Lufthansa und ich switch zurück, sehe ich ja hier, es ist Lufthansa ausgewählt. Also es funktioniert alles im Zusammenspiel, kann man hin und her wechseln. Gut. Jetzt machen wir es ein bisschen schneller, glaube ich. Jetzt sagen wir, Moment. Jetzt gehen wir wieder kurz auf die Folien. Also wir haben gesagt, es gibt diese 3 Filter. Jetzt war die vielleicht Überlegung, oder ist halt manchmal die Überlegung, welchen Filter nimmt man wann. Den linken Filter nimmt man eher diesen tabellarischen hier für so Status, Priorität und so weiter, wo man vielleicht auch eine Sortierung haben möchte, dass die erste ganz oben ist oder so oder aufsteigend. Wenige klare, abgegrenzte Werte, Status, Priorität. Diesen Line nimmt man eher für so Zeitverlauf, habe ich tatsächlich beim Kunden so gemacht, wo wir wirklich Monate vorab gehabt haben, quasi die aktuellsten 6 Monate, was waren da die Werte für diese eine KPI, für diese eine Measure-Werte. Und dann den Donut nehmen wir halt hauptsächlich für Werkbuchungskreis, wo es jetzt keine wirkliche Reihenfolge gibt, weil eine Reihenfolge kann man hier nicht wirklich erkennen, selbst wenn es von rechts nach links im Uhrzeigersinn ist, die Reihenfolge, aber das ist ein bisschen nicht so easy zu erkennen wie vielleicht von einer Chart oben. Okay, die Faustregel, die habe ich von der SAP übernommen, gilt halt einfach, wenn man viele Werte hat, keine Reihenfolge, dann soll man eine Bar nehmen. Wenn man eine Zeitachse oder Reihenfolge hat, dann nimmt man die Line Chart. Und wenn man wenig Werte und Anteil ist irgendwie wichtig hat, dann sollte man den Donut nehmen. So, einmal nur, weil ich schon vorher gesagt habe, die funktionieren bei OData V2 und 4, außer in der Donut. Und ich habe auch nichts entdeckt, dass der kommen sollte. So, dann machen wir noch kurz weiter. Ihr habt gesehen, ich habe mehrere Filter und die Filter untereinander spielen auch zusammen. Das möchte ich jetzt sagen, indem wir weitere Filter geschwind aktivieren. Ich habe da 3 weitere, wieder das gleiche Spiel. Hier werden die Charts aktiviert. Und hier diese Presentation Variant. Wie gesagt, da ist zum Beispiel die Sortierung auch mit dabei, können wir auch beeinflussen. Wir aktivieren das Ganze. Und wir müssen halt leider, wie auch immer, noch einmal in der Annotation XML auch die weiteren Annotations für diese weiteren 3 Visual Filter aktivieren. Ich mache das jetzt kurz manuell. So, hoppala. Wenn das alles richtig funktioniert, müsste schon im Hintergrund feststellen. Fehler. Siehst du irgendwas, Tommy? Nein. Wenn nicht, dann überspringen wir das kurz. Ah, ich bin aus dem WLAN rausgenommen. Na super. Ja, anscheinend, ja. So. Sorry, okay. Okay, ha. Nicht mein Fehler, WLAN-Fehler. Also jetzt seht ihr, hier haben wir 3 oder 4 Charts nebeneinander. Und das Spannende ist jetzt natürlich, dass die Charts miteinander sozusagen in Verbindung stehen, kann man nicht sagen. Aber ich wähle jetzt zum Beispiel die Lufthansa hier aus und achte jetzt auf die anderen Charts. Die werden sofort refreshed auf Basis der Lufthansa-Selektion. Oder hier sage ich dann zum Beispiel, okay, jetzt interessieren mich nur Lufthansa und nur die Medium Occupied Seats. Da geht es jetzt dem, ich habe da quasi gesagt, alles was über 80, 90% ist, ist Medium. Wenn ich das anders selektiere und dann halt Go mache, bekomme ich jetzt genau nur ein Filter auf Lufthansa und nur alle, die Medium sind und bekomme halt Lufthansa. Das sind jetzt die 2 Einträge da halt eben. Wichtig ist, was ich damit sagen will, ist einfach, dass die Charts miteinander unter Anführungszeichen in Verbindung stehen. Ja, das kann man beliebig spielen. Wir könnten jetzt beliebig die Parameter ändern, die Sortierungen ändern, aber ich glaube, das glaube ich, versteht man soweit. Dann würde ich weitermachen noch mit dem nächsten, und zwar zum Beispiel hier Low, Medium und High wäre es doch ganz nett, wenn wir da vielleicht eine Farbe auch hätten. Rot, Gelb, Grün vielleicht. Auch das geht zum Beispiel ganz einfach mit einer schönen Annotation. Jetzt wieder nur im Backend. Jetzt haben wir hier unten und blenden eigentlich nur die Annotation Value Criticality ein. Sagen, beim Wert Low soll es negativ sein, beim Wert Medium Critical und beim Wert High soll es positiv sein. Gilt für dieses Feld Occupancy Status. Und das ist genau das, was wir dort verwenden. So, nochmal aktivieren. Nochmal einen Refresh wieder. Und man sieht schon auch da, jetzt ohne weitere Frontend-Entwicklung, wo ich meine Farben auch dabei beim Status. Die Farben funktionieren auch genauso hier. Auch natürlich genauso auf, bei der sowieso natürlich hier auf der Chart, und hier sind dann die Punkte eingefärbt. Rot, Gelb, Grün. Ansonsten funktioniert es hier gleich, dass da hier so ein Strichel ist, um die Farben darzustellen. Ja, gibt es noch Fragen soweit bis jetzt? Sollte irgendwas noch speziell herzeigen? Die Filter. So, dann habe ich noch eigentlich schon das letzte Beispiel, und zwar diese KPIs oben, die man gesehen hat. Die wollen wir jetzt auch noch aktivieren, funktioniert sehr ähnlich. Das erste, was wir brauchen, ist, wir brauchen eine Backend-Annotation. Wieder hier, die heißt in dem Fall UI KPI. Da definiert man das Value-Format, da kann man sagen, ob es ein Tausender ist oder nicht zum Beispiel. Und hier sagt man auch, gibt man einen Qualifier mit. Zum Beispiel der heißt KPI Seats Max. Die aktiviere ich jetzt mal hier im Backend. Wir haben genau 3. Eine heißt, wie gesagt, KPI Seats Max, KPI Seats Occupied und KPI Seats Free. Wenn ich die aktiviere, passiert jetzt noch nichts, kann ich gleich zeigen. Weil natürlich auch hier wieder noch in der Manifest eine Kleinigkeit gemacht werden muss, damit man oben auch die KPIs sieht. Und was ist die Kleinigkeit? Wir gehen in die Manifest und wir kopieren uns 3 kleine Settings rein. Hier, Key Performance Indicators. Und hier kommen im Prinzip einfach alle diese 3 Qualifier, die ich gerade definiert habe, rein. Man muss auch die Entity mit angeben, in dem Fall ist es Flight, und eben den Qualifier. Das kann man vergeben, wie man möchte zum Beispiel. Und wenn es jetzt schon wieder refreshed ist im Hintergrund, haben wir jetzt links oben schon die KPIs stehen. Die SAP macht dann immer so ein Kürzel, nimmt die ersten, also versucht aus dem Namen, der dahinter ist, die ersten 3 Buchstaben, nicht die ersten, sondern 3 Buchstaben zu ermitteln. Man kann es aber auch übersteuern. In dem Fall heißt es halt eben, wenn man drauf geht, Maximum Capacity 12.220 und mit 12K halt abgekürzt auch. Oder hier das gleiche oder hier. Wenn man diese Charts dann noch weitermacht, wenn wir jetzt noch weitermachen würden, bei diesen KPIs können wir auch auf einen Klick eine weitere Chart einblenden. Das haben wir, glaube ich, vorhin im Screenshot einmal gesehen. Auch die Chart könnte ich wieder mit Annotations customizen. Ich kann aber auch wegnavigieren. Ich kann einen anderen Report oder anderes Fiori-Anwendung aufrufen. Also auch das verwende ich zumindest bei meinen Kunden derzeit immer häufiger, um eine schnelle KPI zu ermitteln. Das war's zum Thema KPI. Okay, jetzt hätte ich mir überlegt, wir könnten jetzt noch ein bisschen was herumspielen, wenn ihr wollt, oder ich kann dann schon gleich mal fragen, weil mehr habe ich jetzt fürs Demo nicht mehr vorbereitet. Das wollte ich echt sagen, so funktioniert das, so verwende ich es. Ich verwende es in vielen Projekten mittlerweile schon. Selbst wenn der Kunde manchmal sagt, er hätte noch gerne ein Liste-Report, zeige ihm das kurz und dann kommt er schnell drauf, na, das möchte ich eigentlich doch schon haben. Und dann merkt er, wie schnell intuitiver man damit arbeiten kann.
Kann man die Galaxy-Farben beeinflussen?
Die was?
Die Galaxy-Farben kann man die beeinflussen? Warum?
Die Chartfarben? Ja, die kann man auch beeinflussen, ja. Du meinst die Criticality-Farben, ob man die jetzt beeinflussen kann, weiß ich jetzt gerade nicht. Ich glaube schon, auf jeden Fall zum Beispiel die Chartfarben, by the way, kann man beeinflussen. Da gibt es auch eine Möglichkeit, auch über Annotations. Und eine kleine Manifest-Setting. Kann man auch diese Charts, dass die nicht blau, gelb, grün sind, kann ich selber steuern, was ich will, wie die Farben sind. Zum Beispiel. Bei der Criticality bin ich mir jetzt nicht sicher. Ich glaube, da geht leider nur diese rot, gelb, grün zum Beispiel. Ja, ansonsten habe ich nicht mehr dazu sagen, außer dann Zusammenfassung halt immer, dann ein paar Fragen vielleicht. Also wie gesagt, ich verwende es nicht als Dogma, aber ich verwende es fast nur, wenn es geht, als Backend Annotation. Also wo es geht, verwende ich Backend Annotations. Man braucht einfach weniger Frontend-Wissen. Man muss nur die paar wenigen Sätze oder Stellen können. Man muss kein Frontend-Superentwickler sein und kann aber trotzdem auch genauso natürlich solche Anwendungen bauen. Wie gesagt, Backend ist für mich kein First. Und wo Data for wie gesagt, waren die Erfahrungen bis jetzt so, dass es nicht ganz funktioniert hat. Es hat so halb funktioniert, aber nicht ganz. Bei meinem 2025er Systemen. Und da bin ich noch nicht am Ende und habe deswegen noch auf V2 bleiben müssen derzeit. Ja. Gibt's Fragen? Bitte.
Kann man die bestimmte Bilder auch direkt, also zum Beispiel in den Donut auch farbig hervorheben und so?
Ich habe es nicht geschafft, aber ich habe es nicht gebraucht bis jetzt. Ich könnte es mir aber vorstellen. Kann ich probieren, kann ich prüfen. Wo ich sicher weiß, ist bei der Chart, weil das war Requirement beim Kunden. Also wir haben dann wirklich unten die Balken selbst eingefärbt aufgrund von Kriterien vom Kunden. Das geht. Deswegen können wir vorstellen, dass es vielleicht geht. Ob es wirklich geht, das ist die Frage, ob die SAP das hergibt oder das Control.
Das sah sehr einfach aus. Ist Frontend dann wirklich kompliziert? Also, oder ist es genauso einfach? Nur Frontend.
Genau, die Annotation oder was
Genau,
jetzt?
die Annotation.
Die Annotation am Frontend ist für mich ein bisschen komplizierter, weil das XML viel, viel länger ist natürlich und ich habe es nur am Frontend zu pflegen. Bei uns ist dann das Problem natürlich, einer checkt das ein, es ist auf GitHub und so weiter, der andere möchte eine kleine Änderung machen, geht natürlich auch, wieder auschecken, ändern und so weiter, Annotation. Mit der Backend Annotation sparen wir das halt. Und ich habe es im Transportauftrag drin und wie auch immer. Ich habe einfach sehr gute Erfahrungen gemacht, dass ich alles, was geht, ins Backend bringe. Und nur wo es halt wo es nicht geht oder wo man, manchmal gibt es vielleicht einen Sinn, dass man es im Frontend reinnimmt, ja, durchaus. Wenn ich weiß ja nicht, keine Ahnung. Wenn ich mehrere Apps habe, die vielleicht unterschiedliche Annotations haben sollen, die auf einen CDS, könnte aber auch vielleicht einen anderen CDS machen, weiß ich nicht. Dort wäre es vielleicht eine Möglichkeit natürlich, ja. Man kann es auch übersteuern und so weiter. Das kann nicht so wie ich es so gerade gemacht habe, ich habe im Backend Annotations und im Frontend. Die sind jetzt gemeinsam sozusagen. Was vielleicht auch wichtig ist, wenn man die Variante sichert, wird alles mitgesichert. Wenn man schon Charts vorbelegt, wird das alles mitgesichert auch. So wie wenn ich eben den Filter ausfüllen würde und als Variante sichern würde. Funktioniert genau gleich. Was zum Beispiel bei meinen Kunden auch wichtig war, dass das funktioniert. Und da war man zuerst auch nicht sicher. Ja. Weitere Fragen?
Kannst du da eine Applikation nochmal auf?
Wie bitte?
Oh, das ist wieder leer.
Keine Ahnung, dann haben wir irgendwas gemacht.
Ein typischer Refresh.
Ja, genau. Keine Ahnung, was wir gemacht haben, ne? Aber by the way, ich weiß nicht, ob ihr es alles wisst, aber natürlich, wenn ich hier auch Charts selektiere, wird unten der Filter auch immer refreshed. Das kann man aber deaktivieren hier zum Beispiel. Ich kann hier sagen, okay, na, ich will unabhängig, so soll es nochmal sein. Ja genau, jetzt geht's. Oder ich möchte haben, dass das gefiltert wird aufgrund der Chart-Selektion, die ich hier oben mache. Auch das würde gehen. Also man kann da wirklich sehr, sehr wild dann herumkombinieren und kommt sehr schnell zum Ergebnis, was man braucht. Ja. Weitere Fragen, bitte.
Wenn wir jetzt mehrere Charts,
Ja?
wenn wir da jetzt nur eins hätte, könnte ich dann auch die Standardbilder auch einblenden, dass ihr auch dasselbe habt?
Nein, das geht nur so. So und so. Und so geht es auch. Hier und hier dann wieder die. So. Also nebeneinander geht nicht. Würde, glaube ich, mit wahrscheinlich für Elements 4.0 oder dafür 4.0 vielleicht gehen mit dem Flexible Programming. Möglicherweise. Könnte ich mir vorstellen. Kann ich aber nicht sagen. Weiß nicht, ob das jemand weiß. FPM, glaube ich, habe ich irgendwo gehört, dass das gehen könnte. Aber da geht es nicht. Also nicht nebeneinander, sondern nur vice versa. Was vielleicht auch wichtig ist, natürlich, ein Filter funktioniert nur Visual Filter für ein Filterfield. Wenn das Feld nicht als Filterfield definiert ist, geht es nicht. Das ist vielleicht auch noch wichtig. Aber das ist klar. Sonst noch Fragen? Wenn es keine Fragen mehr gibt, dann bin ich fertig, würde ich sagen.
power comes great responsibility. So you have a lot to do yourself. You have to handle the filtering, you have to handle the sort order, but you have the freedom of selecting the data you want. The stage is yours.
Thank you for the introducing. So let's wait until the. Okay. Yes, short introducing about myself. My name is Mario Kernig, working at Swan GmbH as Technology Manager. And yeah, today we are showing us the topic deeper custom CDS views with unmanaged queries in RAP-on with using the interface if RAP query provider. So let's have a deeper look what we will see today in this session. At first, we have a look at the CDS layer architecture compared to the standard CDS. Then, what are the benefits for custom CDS view? Why we should use them? How are they built? What do we need to use them? An example from end to end. How we can implement a request because it's fully unmanaged. We need to filter, sort, paging, and search functionality implement manually. Then some additional topics like custom entities with parameters are possible. They can also have associations with other custom entities, and then some extending possibilities for creating, updating, deleting, like the standard CDS behavior. And of course, at the end, some downsides for custom CDS entities. So let's start with the default CDS layer architecture. So as you know, you have for standard CDS always a database source table, which all the layers build up for standard CDS. So then you have an interviews view, maybe a standard view, and on top of them, maybe a production or consumption view. And off the top of everything, a service definition and binding, which will then your Fiori UI. And the custom entity is a little bit different. You have here your custom entity, and you have not all the layers. It's one single file, and it's always unmanaged. This means you have an ABAP class which implements the if RAP query provider class. And the advantage of this is you can use a database table, but you don't need to. You can also have an API call, you can use calculated fields and so on. And this can also optionally extend it with extend custom entities. We will see at the end a little example, because you have no standard, you have no production or consumption views for this possible. And this close with the standard CDS views with service definition, service binding, as you already know, which you can use, for example, in Fiori UI or APIs. So what are the things we love for standard CDS? You can use a table as source, and in managed scenario, you have a ready-to-use service you can use. It has a very fast performance because it has direct layer to database level. And you have a generated OData service out of the box because in managed scenario, you haven't do any ABAP coding to do. And what are the pain points? Yes, we have always the need of a database table. So it's get complicated if we want something else. This can happen, for example, we have some cloud project with clean core restrictions. We can use tables, which maybe needs custom access like class or function call, or we have a lot of calculated fields in our standard CDS view, which gets a very big messy code, or simply API calls. So why custom CDS views? We don't need a data source. We are completely free to style the contents of it. We can use mixed entities, and this can completely freestyle. We have no need of calculated fields, which can increase the size, a bit messy, of standard CDS views. and of course API calls, because we have no need of a data source. So this is an example when standard CDS views can get complex. For example, when we have switch cases or calculated fields or something else. And with custom entities, we can do it in an ABAP class. Because if this gets very big, no one wants to touch it in production environments. Of course, not the junior developer too. And it's very messy to debug. Also, this CDS view may be dump and you don't know exactly position. So and then you say, okay, I will just run more case and it's getting bigger and bigger. So how the custom CDS views are built. So it's very simply, you have a freestyle defined custom entity like the standard CDS view. Then you have an UI annotation which tells the ABAP class you will provide the implementation, which has the interface. And then, as known, you have your service definition, binding, and your UI service. So this will example of a minimal implementation, and as you see, it starts with define root custom entity, which tells us that we have a custom entity. And the important thing is that we need our ABAP class for implementation. And this is the object model query implemented by, which tells us the class which implements the interface. So here is a preview of the documentation from SAP. You can see the link for more details. And we need to implement the select method for querying the data for the custom entity. And it has two importing parameters we will see in the next. Important to say is it has no exporting. Both importing EO request and EO response does the thing. Saving a deeper look at the EO request, there you get all you need for the request, like filtering, pagination, parameters, and everything else we have to consider. And in the EO response, we need to provide the result of the request. These are two words. In the first hand is the data, which will contains the result of the query, and the total number of records, which contains the total amount of entries we could fetch from backend. It should not misunderstand with the amount of set data. The total number of records means the totally available data in backend, because it's need for pagination. So I have 20 items in the data, but there are 100 items in backend, so I can 20 steps by step in pagination. So this is an example method implementation in the interface. And here we have the if query provider interface used. And there we have the select method. And as result definition, we can use our CDS view itself. So for example, data result type table of ZC demo product. And here we can do what we want. This is the main advantage. We can fetch data from API, database, everything we want. And we can calculate fields we have defined freestyle as we want. Nothing restricted to database table or something else. And here's the example for setting the result data. Your response, the total number of records. This is very simplified in this one. This will have lines result. And your response, the data, the result table itself, we have defined here as type of our CDS view as table. Here, the data and the total number of records are more explained in detail. As I already mentioned, the data is the result data itself, and the total number of records, the totally available data amount in backend. In case of database select, for example, we need an additional select count star to get just the amount of total records, as here, for example, described. So when you have thread down your custom entity, as you know, for standard CDS, you can simply add your service UI definition and expose it. And when we use the custom entities with the interface implementation, it's fully unmanaged. This means we have to consider to implement all the request possibilities the frontend, Fiori UI, or something else can request. This can be filtering, ordering, top or skip, which is used for pagination, which position I start, how many items I go to, and select is very specific. This means if I just want specific fields to display. So what happens if we ignore the request? This is maybe a downside of custom entities. The backend simply dumps. So this works very simple. If we have a filter and a request and we don't call the getFilter method, the framework says, okay, how I want to filter if you don't ask for the filters, and then it dumps simply. So this is very important to note, as we have to consider the request parameters if we want to use custom entities. But in the next slides, we will see each request parameter we can implement. So let's start with the filter one. So the filter is very simple. We can request, can read it from your request, everything. So the getFilter method, and we have different possibilities to get the filter options. In this one, for example, we have as ranges, and we can use it in a select statement, as here shown. And what is also possible in a getFilter, instead of getRanges, we can get as SQL string. So we can directly use it too in our select statement of SQL. And we have something else. If we want to get more pro, we can write a type definition of the filters. Example, we want the keys to be type safe. We can create in our class begin of T epsilon filter, for example. Let's say product ID is our key field, and adding an extract filters method, which will read the filter keys based on a type definition. And this can look something like this, that we have the CL ABAP struct description class, which reads the fields of our type definition, and dynamically goes to the filter definitions at a request runtime and reads them as described from the type definition. For example, product key will be here as filter, and loads it to the structure we exporting to the extract filter method. And then your real custom entity prop, because you have now auto completion for filter values in custom entities, which is not in the standard behavior available. For example, here you save the request class byte, can use the extract filter methods, and in ls keys you save from the extract filters as you define in the type description. You can use the keys, for example. Which makes it a lot of easier when you want API calls or something else instead of creating database tables, which is more the advantage of custom entities. Okay, let's have a look at pagination. So pagination is true values we need, the top and skip value. So which position we start and how many items we go through. And there are also the get paging method, which we can use for this information. And here also an example of database select. We can use here the up and offset values. And for database tables, it's important that we use order by. So the pagination is not inconsistent. Then sorting. Sorting is very easy. we can call it to from the request method by using the getSortElements method. And here, another example with select statement, we can use order by with the ordering using sort AT-data by AT-sort we have from the getSortElements method. Search is also possible when you use UI annotation default search element. For example, we have a weather API call for, with custom entity. You can say city is searchable and temperature will be filled with API call. What's also possible are custom entities with parameters. So we can extend the custom entities with additional context information like target currency, key dates, language, or something else. And parameters are mandatory inputs we can define. And instead of keys, they can additionally handled by getParameters method. Here's another example, we can use it. At first, the CDS view itself is with parameters defined. And in the implementation class, you can query it with getParameters method and can consider the parameters you can describe. It's also possible to use associations in custom entities, that when you have more than one custom entities you want to combine. And here's another example with our product extended. So we have reviews for the product. And so we have, as you know, for the standard CDS, we use the association described with 0 to star to the review one. And you have a backward navigation 1-to-1 in the reviews described. So how associations are processed by custom CDS views is important to know, because you get not one request with all combinations. So when the UI requests a product with the reviews, the framework will select first the products, so you get the first call in your implementation class, and you will return a list of products. And then afterwards, you get the products. Then you will finally request the reviews one as own call. So the key fields in a situation must be described in the custom entity itself in the target and are callable as filter values. Keys are always filters too, which can be called. So I have prepared a small live demo, putting it all together, and have a deeper look. So we have here the demo CDS view. So this is the demo CDS view. You can also have a link at the end of the presentation of the GitHub repository with all samples. You can have a deeper look and also the presentation slides. And yes, this is a full example added with UI annotations. You have the key field, the product ID, name, price, etc., and the reverse association. And then you have here the review one with UI annotations added and so on. Here you see the product ID as foreign key for the product entity we need for the association. Then back to the product entity, you see here the query class we need to implement. So when we have a deeper look at the product query class, then you see here the interface I have used and the select method you need. So, it's also important that you consider if the request is sometimes just requesting the total number of records. So this have to also to be considered. So we just fill out the total number of records. And there's a method if data is requested, which can be done if total number of records requested is not the only thing. So then we see here the pagination, which requiring top and skip, the sorting, ordering, etc. And finally, the select statements we use and setting the data. So and then, as you know from standard CDS, we have here our service definition, where we simply expose the custom CDS views. And on the top level, we have our service binding. We can try out with preview function. So then I can press the go button. And we have here a debugger session, and we can have a deeper look. What happens here? We have our L4 top and L4 skip. We start at position 0, going through 20 items. We have no sorting to consider, and the framework can give us also the where, the filter if we have any set. This is empty for the sample, and doing the select we need to display the data. So, and finally, I got these items. Now let's set a filter value, like we want a product with coffee in name. Setting the filter, making the request again. And now in L4where, we got the SQL statement we need for our filter condition and can use it in our select statement for database query. This is a very simplified example with database query. For this one, standard CS would be more an advantage, but it's just a demonstration how we can access the filter methods, pagination, and so on. And we see the coffee beans. For a better example, I have prepared a weather CDS view for displaying the temperature based on the city. So we can also have a deeper look at this class implementation. And this will be a real API call instead of a select statements, which makes more sense in the usage of custom entities. And if we don't enter a search string, it basically gives on some example cities, which has a direct API call to open meteo.com. We can try this too. So simply say go. And fire. So we see Berlin is now a temperature of 27 Celsius. What do you think we have in Mannheim currently in this room? So let's say we enter Mannheim and go again. And then we have here example with a search query, L for search. You can see I have entered Mannheim, and you will check for Mannheim. Don't use the predefined cities, and makes the API call in the background. And we see 34. very, very hot. Okay. Yeah, as I already mentioned, you can get the source code at the end of the presentation. So let's continue. So some additional topics. as already seen, we have a difference in is total number of records requested and is data requested. Sometimes we just, the framework just wants the total amount of the entries we can query for pagination example. And sometimes it's just wants the data result and no page total count of amount in the backend available. What's also important to know is that we have one request, but single calls in the if wrap query provider classes we have implement. So it's not the best for performance compared to standard CDS views because they have direct data layer to database table. So this is a downside of the custom CDS views we need to consider. And what about creating, updating, and deleting? So we have talked about getting data, but what about creating? So this is like the unmanaged scenario for standard CDS. You need the behavior definition and can define your create, update, delete, what else you want, and can tell an implementation class which this should be done. And this is exactly the same code for standard CDS code. You have your create, update, delete, what you want, and doing this in the modify methods, which will be generated by the class. There's no difference compared to the standard CDS. Then topic at the end too, you can extend the custom entities. This should only a short preview because this can be on session maybe. You can use extend custom entity, adding additional fields, but it's a little bit messy because you have in your origin implementation class the logic predefined, which should support all fields. Otherwise, the extension will not work. Or you have another opportunity to use body implementation, but this will be a little bit more complicated. If you're interested in this topic, here's the documentation, which you can read more about it. As mentioned, short preview, because it's a little bit more complicated, but it is possible. So here, example how it looks like. You have your extend custom entity. And yeah, you can add additional fields, UI annotations too. Yeah, to be honest, what are the downsides for the custom CDS views? We have already seen some downsides. You have, of course, more effort to implement the custom CDS views. Why? Because you have full unmanaged scenario. You have to implement filtering, pagination, search, everything else. Otherwise, the backend simply dumps. Performance is not the best because you have single calls, of course, for associations and no direct database layer level. Testing can be more complicated because when you have API calls, etc., there are more use cases you have to consider for testing, and yeah, so on. Yeah, when to pick which one. So when you have your data in database tables, just pick the standard CDS view. If you have mostly table data, a few calculated fields, you don't need to directly use a custom CDS view, go for standard CDS view. So if you have data from an external API, so you have to freestyle define the values of your entity, then use custom CDS views. So you have computed or virtual entities, custom CDS views, or mesh across unrelated sources, use custom CDS views. So now we are at the end. Thank you very much. And here you see the slides and the code samples if you want. And feel free to scan the QR code to connect with me on LinkedIn.
So. Ich höre dich. Ich höre dich von irgendwo. Wahrscheinlich von deinem Rechner oder von deinem da drüben. So, ich gehe da mal raus. Ich bin da draußen. Hörst du? Kriegst du jetzt was? Kriegst du was? Kriegst du was? Kommt was an? Kommt was an? Achso. Ja, ja, passt. Perfekt. Okay. Was? Ja, genau. So, das heißt also, wir müssen da. Hallo? Jetzt muss ich mir mal diese Slides rein. Das Mikro schaltet mal stumm. Hallo? Hallo? Sehr gut. Ja, das gefällt mir. Das heißt, wir dran da ganz laut. Lauter. Ich glaube, so geht's. Hört man mich? Ja, genau. 1, 2, Da müssen wir einen Ton aktivieren, das war's. Ne? Ja, ich höre jetzt wieder. So. Stefan, du auch? Wir haben nur auf unserer Streaming-Maschine das Problem. Mhm. Okay. Was soll jetzt drauf sein? Was wir jetzt noch brauchen, ist hier den Ton. So.
Soll ich nochmal was sagen?
Ja, bitte.
Ja, was braucht es halt? Ich bin aber gleich, würde gleich nochmal einen kurzen Test machen, ob die Übertragung ganz schnell ist, wenn ich eine Seite wechsle.
Ja. Kannst du noch mal was sagen?
Ich sag was, ich habe gerade ein Echo drin.
Jetzt ist weg.
Jetzt ist Echo weg. Hört ihr mich?
Perfekt, ja, wir hören dich jetzt.
Okay, ich mache einmal schnell einen Test. Ich sage gleich auf 3, dass ich mal die Folie wechsle. Vielleicht könnt ihr sagen, ob das danach ankommt. Also 1, 2, 3. Habt ihr das so gesehen auf Kommando?
Ja, schaut gut aus.
Okay, gut. Ist die Bandbreite auch wieder.
Kannst du einmal wechseln? Stefan?
Ja.
Bitte noch einmal wechseln. Im Stream haben wir es irgendwie nicht mitbekommen.
Okay, also ich gehe 1, 2, 3. Gewechselt und 1, 2, 3 zurück.
Ja, hat funktioniert. Perfekt.
Okay,
danke.
Super. Perfekt.
So, Stefan, hörst du mich?
Ich höre dich.
Ah, perfekt. Good. So now it's our last session for today. Stefan Heimberg will show us how it's possible to make the Fiori search actually work. So, Stefan, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Tommy. Hello. Now, what brings me here? Well, I have been at ABAPConf 2024 and gave a speech about a big cloud custom development, and I presented 5 challenges. To 4, I could show a friend a solution. For the 5th, I did not have a friend. It was about HANA text search issues. And at that time, we didn't have time to investigate anymore. But now I had time to investigate, and I'm happy to be back and share my experience. And now back with mustache, but with experience is still refreshed. So what was the problem? The original slide from there. The challenge is that customers really expect something different from the search than what it delivered. Let me give an example. Original slides 2 years ago. Here we see a simple Fiori app. Here you see on the filter, not a search, and you see 183 records. Now, if you enter the same value inside the search field, you get 18. And yeah, this is. Okay. Ist es zu langsam oder? Jetzt passt. Also muss ich einfach ein bisschen warten oder die Verbindung schlecht? Anscheinend. Okay. Ja, müssen wir gleich mit den Screen Demos gucken. Dann würde ich einfach immer, then I wait a little bit and maybe you can give me a hint when the next thing is appearing. So you see the difference between 183 and 18. Right, 18, yes. And now I press the next. Do you see what's coming up? And I hope you see. If not, give me some feedback. So we experienced with a fuzzy threshold, but you can change it and it wouldn't really help, or you get lots of more false positives. So here you see that they are not shown two, that they are missing some, and then we also have the case that there are some that have nothing to do here. You search like for FINA, but in the third result, FINA is not found like as a word here. This is a problem. Domi, do you see my screen? Can I continue? It's just slide 3. So I can hardly understand you, but so we. So I go on. Slide 3. Okay. Yeah, I don't get any input, so I continue. Please give me some more advice what I could do. The challenge is now I have like a pre-recorded demo. I have no idea if this will work while the setup. Let's try it out. I have to apologize that I do pre-recording. If it doesn't work, I can do it live, but it's quite a big challenge. I'll probably run out of time, but let's continue. What I will show you that you enter in a filter a case, word in small letters, and you get a result that is case insensitive. So let me quickly show it to you. I don't know. Do you see the demo itself? Here? Yeah. Okay. And now I go into the SQL trace, and what do you see here? It's a classical SQL statement. It's basically that at runtime, HANA converts the column to uppercase, the whole column, and also the search word or the filter word. But this is not search. This is just a filter where HANA has a runtime technique. So what is search? I hope you could see the screen recording. That's, yeah, then we have what is search? HANA has 3 architectural roots. One is MaxDB. Second one is for in-memory startup. P-time it's called, from Korea, that SAP bought, especially for the in-memory technology and the row storage. And the third, of course, you know, the good old T-Rex. And yeah, this is the HANA search I'm talking about. And this is also important to remember, because it has quite some legacy on it. And you could see that in HANA search already, that it was optimized for basically document search. So really big text. And there you find it was not optimized for searching in a small string or character counts. Now, what happens in the theory? There are 5 steps from Fiori elements to HANA. The first is, of course, you have the Fiori design, the search field. There's also some specification there. Then the second is the OData has already the query option search, so it's you can enter a term. It's part of the OData standard. So SAP has to do something with that, and SADL gets it on.
Trace.
Yes, everything good, Tommy?
Just see the SQL trace. This is okay.
Okay, so it's like really slaggy. It's I'm at the next slide already. So I don't know. Shall we do a new screen sharing? I have no idea.
Yeah, maybe it's better.
My connection is really good. It's not part, but I exit screen sharing. Shall I do it again? Share?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. I try something different and share just the window, but maybe if it's too bad, I could cut down the resolution more. But yeah, let me do it here. No. So I just change back and so just share the window. Do you see now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, give me an input if it's too laggy, and I always say when I'm switching slides. Yeah, here you see the 5 elements. It is from Fiori to HANA. And what you see here is like, first I talked about, second is OData, really important. It's part of the standard already, so SAP doesn't have to invent something. It's just translating a search term to the backend, and this is SADL receives it, and you can make in CDS views, you can make some annotations, you probably all know. And with these, SADL generates a HANA native SQL statement, and then this is important. This is HANA native SQL. It is it cannot be at the moment done via ABAP SQL. And then HANA performs this so-called fuzzy search. It has basically like a select query, and then it has a contains predicate, which means it is a search, not filter. And then as what we need is if you want to do like a text search, have only a few words or letters, then you have to go into the fuzzy predicate. And now quickly give you a demo. I switch now to the next slide. I don't know, do you see now the list report?
Yes.
Okay, I do the video. I'm not, let's see if it works quickly. So here nothing, let's quickly start. Yeah, here you enter a search term, and then I switch back to the trace, and do you now I have the grid, and now I find the records, and now I'm in the trace mode, the SQL trace. Do you see the SQL trace already?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, then hopefully the technical issues are solved. And here I basically show you what you have seen. You have the select with the contains, which means like HANA search, and now the fuzzy. And you have some parameters, and what is really important, remember that there's something like similar calculation mode equal search. We'll come to this later. This was the happy case. Now let me show you where the problem is. I start the next demo. So here we have a small field. I enter like a filter first, and then you have 21 records. Now I do the same with the search, and you only find 1 record. And yeah, we have to say the field I'm searching, it's a 12-character field. It's like a code, but this is heavily used. And this, our customers throw us back and say, what a crap. They experience it from all other internet applications that search works on your smartphone. Search works, but hey, come on, why does it not here work? Let me quickly show you the SQL. I switch the slide to SQL code, and yeah, here's the same SQL code. It's just you see, this is again the two fields. Only the input word changed, but yeah, what is wrong? And you could argue, yeah, you have to basically change again the fuzzy threshold value. It's too high, but you know, we tried a lot, lower it, higher it, but it really doesn't help. And I'm not alone. This is just another input from the German-speaking ABAP forum. There's a lot of uncertainty. Here are two questions from Sebastian. I don't know if you're there, but I also did this talk for you. He always has the same two questions. What about the result? I don't get what the number I find, and also about sorting. Two really important questions. The main question is also, how can it be checked? So how do you dip deeper into this? Well, it's easy. There's only one source. The internet, there's no big blocks or anything. It's just one source, and this is the HANA Search Developer Guide. I will share my slides. You have the link, and you can get it. And the thing is, it's a okay, good developer documentation, but you see that it's really big, quite complicated, and historically grown, because like I told you, HANA Search came from T-Rex and so on, and a lot of stuff. So I tried a visualization for you, and what you see here is I will show you basically three elements. You have the one that you can reach via ABAP CDS annotations, and the second column is the one that SADL uses, but they are hard-coded or fixed or part of an algorithm, but you cannot use. And the third one, of course, is not reachable for us ABAP developers or SADL. And the first one, yeah, you all know, probably the most important ones. I come back to consumption ranked at the end. What is this? Because this might not be known. And but the most important ones are the hard-coded SADL ones. And basically the first one is really important. We have to remember it's the similar calculation mode, difficult word. Yeah.
Slides. It's the animation, the slides, which is not working.
Okay. Let me do quickly. I quickly exit the sharing, and I set down my result, the screen results, to full HD, and then we get maybe faster transmission. Yeah. So it works shortly. So change. I change it to full HD. So this is see here. Okay, I keep it now. Hopefully, I go again into the presentation, and then I do sharing. Okay. So I do share again. Things. Share screen. Now let's start here. Okay, do you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Not what shall we do, Tommy?
Yeah, wait a second. Dreimal der Video.
Ich höre dich nur mit Echo, Tommy.
Eine Sekunde. So, dreimal der Video, bitte.
Ein Video, machen wir mal was weiter. Also, hier kommt ein Video.
Sag mal ein.
Bitte?
Ich,
Kann ich fast nicht hören, Tommy.
so, kannst du bitte nochmal sharen?
Ich teile schon, also soll ich nur abbrechen?
Nochmal abbrechen, nochmal neu, bitte.
Ja, ist gut. Dann teile ich nochmal. Teilen. So, machen wir Fenster. So, ich teile wieder.
Ja, jetzt geht's wieder. Danke.
Okay. Sollen wir nochmal einen Test machen oder soll ich weitermachen?
Probier einfach weiter. Ich glaube, jetzt sind die Animationen in die Slides, die dann immer sprechen.
Okay. Gut, also, yeah, we're here. So, Domi, do you see now the HANA fuzzy search versus SADL with CDS?
Yes.
Okay, so back again. Sorry for all these technical problems. Like I said, here are the HANA search options, and the option similar calculation mode is a really important one. It is basically the search algorithm, and in SADL, it is basically hard-coded. Only for special search helps. It is type ahead, which is quite good because you start with typing, and but for all others, it is search. Yeah, and I come to the next slide now. Just to complete this, there are a lot of other options in HANA that are not accessible at all via SADL. Yeah, this is also quite fine because it is we might not all need them. Now I switch the slide. Hopefully you can see it, and here you have set similar calculation mode. We have search, and here let me quickly read out in case you don't see it what SAP wrote about it. They said search, you know, it has some shortcomings. It's based on an algorithm. If it finds longer tags that are not similar in a human sense with a particular good score, and this might also impair sorting of the results. So what they say is search might not be good for small strings characters that we have, and they came up in 2013. So after T-Rex with HANA, with a new mode which is called similar calculation substring mode. Yes, but what you can guess, it is not accessible from SADL, but if it's not there, you can make it work via a modification. Now, let me show you a replay. I don't know, Tommy, I click on it, and now you have to tell me if you see it. So here again, first the one character. Now I go into the SADL SQL generation class, and I switch via modification from search to substring search, and I do the same SQL now. So here you see similar calculation substring. I have to hard code it. And now what you see again, here you see 30. So why 30? We had less before, but it is also because the search is not only filtering, is also in the column object name, you also have this. So with this, our users are quite happy. Let's look at the SQL. I change the slide to SQL. I hope you can see it. So here, what has changed? The same SQL statement, except similar calculation mode is now substring. With this, we are quite happy. It is not total there are still some special cases that is more error tolerant, that have spelling errors, but it is really more or less a substring search. And with this, more or less, our users are quite happy, not perfect happy. I tell you why. And but we still have the modification, not good. And for this, last year, I did a customer request, a customer improvement request. It's really got fast 96 votes. SAP has acknowledged it, and hopefully SAP is working on a solution. Unfortunately, customer improvement requests are a pain because the fulfillment rate is so low. But anyway, so I got a recommendation from Andre Fischer. He talked to developer, why don't you set up a full text index and so on, but this doesn't help us, so hopefully we can get it on. Just let me see, I still have time. I switched to the next slide, just one information. Next to SADL, there's another framework on the ABAP technology, which is called Enterprise Search. In the Enterprise Search, they already found this out, what I have found out, and in 2023, they switched already to substring search, and they even downported it to really low S/4HANA releases. Yes, this is just a side note. Now, let's come to another aspect. I switch again the slides. Unfortunately, there's also a deviation in HANA 4 versus HANA Cloud in terms of full text. It's here it says HANA Cloud full text indexes are not available anymore, which means the classic one we also use, and the new one is called fuzzy search index with search mode text. So there is innovation. They delivered a few releases ago, but you don't find this in the documentation of HANA 2. So there is a deviation between HANA 2 and HANA Cloud, and now I switch slides. This is also like a deviation into the SQL options. Here you see this is a SADL code snippet where they generate the native SQL, and you see the first part to the new search mode text, or they only enter it as a parameter in the SQL generation in HANA Cloud. So it's not good because it looks like a returning of any DB SQL where you have deviations, and yeah, hopefully SAP will find a solution and put these two forks together again. Yes, just one remark, a little bit secret. The search mode text with also the fuzzy search index is available on HANA 2 SPS starting from SPS 7. It is not in the documentation written, so it's like a hidden release. I tried it out. It finds a little bit more. It's quite okay. I love substring mode better. But the thing is, I cannot really use it, or SADL is not using it because it's like really a hidden feature right now. And of course, what you have to tell with this new mode, in every text column, you have to create this fuzzy index, and you remember you have to do then really for all customizing tables, and we have about hundreds of them because when you use these customizing tables for filtering, when you enter a filter in the list reporter, so it is can be a lot of work. And you see it not done in S/4HANA and on-prem. It's not really done by SAP. So coming some more thing, SAP announced for next S/4HANA release 2027 that they all also have support ABAP SQL support of new HANA search. Let us see how it works and what they support and how they do go on with the challenge that they have any DB because HANA 2 and HANA Cloud deviate. Yeah, I'm happy to see what's coming. Yes. Let me give you the last demo. I hope you can see it. I'm not sure. I don't get any feedback. So what you will see here is you will see some that I play around, first of all, with the HANA fuzzy score and also explain this, what it really is. And I will also tell you about a ranking and why a score is relevant. Let me quickly just show you this coding. Nothing special here except two things. You see the first column. It is a score column that is a really important function in search, that you see this how the search result is.
Stefan,
Yeah.
please reshare.
Yeah, right now I'm not giving any video, so I'm just starting it. Shall I start it or shall we give it a try? I can also reshare. Okay, I reshare. Then do it again. Now I do the window again, which worked. And here is the sharing done again.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay. So yeah, so what is special here is the score function, and what you also see is that it's ordered by the score in the first column. So let's see here. Let's see the video. I am. So yeah, this is now what I see. So fuzzy is the same. You have we use 0.8. Sure, you can lower it. You will see what this really does now. First of all, I will execute this with this 0.0. This is what you can set in the CDS view, and of course you get the run record. You already know. You see the score itself is 64%. This is because we have two columns and SAP matches it. So yeah, now let's see where are my other records. To see that, I have to lower the threshold and see how SAP calculates. And you see here now the score is calculated different, but you see my other records that are not shown are basically putting down in a filter of the score itself. And here we have more than 200 rows. The maximum is fetched, but of course they are the lower ones are not really matching anymore the search string, so they are like bad Google search results that don't help. And this is why you basically set this this threshold that you only see until a special limit is reached. And yeah, so what you also see that the scoring itself, so the sorting to score is really important. And this comes to a next issue. I switch the slide now again with about consumption ranked. There is a SADL annotation consumption ranked. And this is, I think, the most important feature in fuzzy search because you want to have the best ones on top. However, the annotation works, but it has quite high things. It only works if there are no explicit OData sorting. So if the user or you as a developer pre-filter sorting, then the ranking is not applied. You don't really see this visualized. You don't know if it's sorted or not. This is also not a good thing. And technically, there are quite big limitations. The main one is it does not work with draft. So it does not work basically right now with draft because we have OData v4 and draft is prerequisite to Fiori elements there. So yeah. Technically, this is because in draft you have two tables that have to be inserted and put together, so the draft and the active version. Yeah, but this, I think, somehow it could be solved. Right now, SAP did not want to solve it. If you have this issue, you get an error in the service binding. And the second one is a little more special. It does not work when full text index is involved. I don't know about fuzzy index yet. I didn't test it. So a big feature is missing mainly in Fiori apps. So also a big point where SAP could improve. Now I switched slides and come back to just small information. This is a important SADL bug fix. This is I've reported to SAP and they have delivered it. It's just that it's about searching in alpha num fields. There are also SADL missed a parameter for numeric character fields, and they have a fix already provided, unfortunately only for S4 2023 and later. So I come already to my last slide. Domi, give me a clue if it's working. It's called Wishlist for SADL and HANA. It is animated. If not, I would be happy to do a new resharing.
It's working now.
Okay, perfect. Yes, so I have a wish list for SAP for SADL and HANA search, and I have four things. Yeah, let's start with the first one. Here you have seen we have the modification. Users are now quite happy with it. So the request is for SAP to make it possible to either utilize the new substring search or other search algorithms, because this is where a developer can really check out what they need. Or maybe there's a new solution. Maybe the HANA Cloud Solution search mode text is also coming to S4 and SADL. And yeah, this SAP should work on it. Unfortunately, we have to wait for S4 2027, but yeah, at least there's a solution. And the next one, of course, you can imagine, this is what I explained to you. It would help the users, especially occasional users, if Fiori elements have a better visualization, if the search result is sorted via score or not. Yeah, it would also help if SAP would support the RAP and draft support for ranking. This is really, really important for HANA search. Now, my third issue, it's about HANA. Yeah, it's never good if HANA 2 and HANA 4, so HANA Cloud has some deviations. And I expect that in terms of the HANA search, we get the same innovations for HANA 2. And the last one, it's about innovations to HANA. This please HANA product management invest your priority into features that millions of users daily benefit. It's like search is a really important feature. And please don't give all your priority to HANA sidecars that really, really small numbers of users really benefit from. So it's, let me name it, what is vector, graph, spatial, and whatnot engine I never use and will never use. And yeah, and to be honest, don't pause on what has been delivered years ago. HANA Search, there are no new innovations. If you look at the market, like Elasticsearch is basically the leader for search engine, and they are like still really light year difference in that. And also for us, it's also the speed. I didn't show it to you. It was just one table, but if you do a complex Fiori app with a lot of tables, the search is also quite slow. And maybe this is just feedback from the user. The users, they don't care about fuzzy. If you look at your smartphone or like Windows and so on, you just have a normal full text search where you find parts of a word. And this would be a really nice mode if HANA Search would also support it. We enable just fuzzy because otherwise we couldn't offer like a general text search mode. With that, I come to an end. Sorry again for the technical problems. And let me disable sharing, only causing problems. And I don't know if we have questions or maybe all audience left.
No, thank you. No questions so far.
Okay. Well, then, thank you and goodbye. I share my slides and maybe it could help you if the video wasn't good. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao.